And somehow that lowered my mortgage by like at least $100 a month. I don't know how.
That's amazing.
That's awesome.
Well,
I won't tell that secret ever again.
we'll have to see exactly how many people can figure out that secret today. Dice Soup, welcome everybody to Dice Soup, brought to you by Once Upon a D20 at patreon.com/OnceUponAD20. Oh my goodness! Oh, and I forgot to change. The name of the stream because I'm a special boy. It is not Meat at the Inn. It is Dice Soup. There we go.
It's Dice Soup.
Oh,
today's Dice Soup Day.
Oh wait, are we gonna have a Negasonic Teenage Warhead Day? It's gonna be great.
We brought the pictures.
All ready for
like
some Dice Soup?
Indeed. Yeah, no, if y'all want to see us bullshit like we were doing before stream, you can totally check us out on Fridays at the Meat at the Inn stream. This last time we brought the pitchforks, my god. But you know,
that was an interesting meet at the end. I mean, we had the world's. We met at the end for the spiciest soup and the best dessert. Like, it was a lot of like anger at the beginning, but we had so much fun towards the end.
Indeed.
And it was to the point that Jeremy was just like, "Hey, we have to stop now."
Yeah. I will say, we don't normally like post our meet at the ends on YouTube, but I think like that one would be a good one to post on there just to see different perspectives on what we were speaking on, like to try to spread that. But that's just
the subject material is definitely something that warrants more conversation, honestly.
Yeah, we could save those leftovers.
Yes, indeed.
Yeah.
Yes, indeed. Well,
we should.
And the puns
a sub name for our YouTube, the leftovers. A sub name for our
leftovers.
YouTube.
Oh my goodness, that's
ooh.
Our best ideas come to us live. It's true.
Yeah.
Second YouTube channel where you can get extras is called The Leftovers. That's what we need to do.
Nice.
Okay.
Nice.
Okay.
We'll get there. But until then, I think it's about time to jump back into the soup. So, and last we left off, I believe we've done a little bit of investigating around in the city of Grimgleir. Some of you finding the Slayer's take and trying to investigate sorry, the food. Trying to investigate the food. Trying to investigate the food. No, trying to investigate the existence of creatures that could help you on your path to perhaps getting Akira a little more security in their mind, considering what took them over this last day to however long it was a long couple of days.
We don't like that at all.
We don't like that very much.
Yeah, the last couple of days felt like 3 weeks.
Yeah, wild.
Can't go for that.
Cash in the song reference. But you got some really good information. You learned about those brain creatures out in the mountains that can be found. Delve into some of the caverns, both north and east into the mountains. There's literally dozens and hundreds of caves up there that could lead down below. But also, there's been talk of some odd Yeti activity up there that is consistent with some of these brain creatures finding a home. There's been no contracts put out to the take for this, to bug this, but they keep aware of odd things going on just in case contracts come in for some of these kinds of creatures. As well, there was the realization that there are some Coatl south and west Grimgleir, guarding the foothills out there that actually interacted with once upon a time, and you realized that you had interacted with them once upon a time. And and you met them, you know them, and you kind of got the understanding that maybe you probably wouldn't need to kill them, and killing them would not terribly endear you to Caspian at the Slayer's Take. But you might be able to negotiate with them for a piece of themselves.
Yeah, that was a long while back from what I remember. That was like one of the first things we did.
That was early last session. We did a lot last session. The other part of it.
Oh no, the Quaddle that
I'm
we met.
referring
Was
to
a
me.
long
Oh, meeting them.
Yeah.
Yeah, that was session like 1 or 2.
It was
And we
like
also
day
had-
1 or 2 out from Grimgleer.
Yeah.
We also had religious trauma. No, it was day 1 out from Grimgleer, but we had religious trauma last session too, which is always
Oh
fun.
yeah, lots of religious trauma. That's a great way to start the day.
Yeah.
No, kind of like an energy drink.
Akira feels bad for what El Tahane said to Eredrin, but it also feels that Eredrin needed to hear that. While granted, Akira has learned a lot from Eredrin, and it's all been practical application, but and history, but to see Eredrin get that hard truth was rough. Like Akira didn't like the way that made Eredrin feel, but knows that Eredrin needed to hear it.
My bad.
So, yeah, but
Yeah,
that was some stuff.
To kind of recover himself in walking around in Grimgleer, trying to find information. He and Luca went and hunted around for where your old friend Atheus was. And Atheus had been Atheus and Breaker, and Atheus had been on deliveries, delivered several sets of potions to several general stores that you kind of followed the trail of, but finding that he was actually at the barracks, very much like he said he would be, delivering a much larger shipment of these potions to Grimgleer, like the government of the city of. And seeing Breaker and a much fresher looking set of whom you heard referred to as, I think it was Donatello, Lewis, and Hubert. He's the undead that were at this moment looking very much alive and sprightly. Though
I may be the last one to realize this, but are at least 2 of those named after famous turtles?
Knows. Well, Lewis is not a turtle, and Hubert is not a turtle, to the best of my knowledge. But
Okay.
So,
Sorry.
you're fine. But they were when they're doing their thing, trying to get the stuff offloaded, and obeying polite commands given by Breaker to do the work. Joining in on the work a little bit was Luca and at least one of Eredrin. The Eredrin Prime staring out and kind of watching out in this courtyard that basically the keep that is the barracks built into the inner side of this cavern wall is like it's a fortress. The front end of it isn't walled, or like the courtyard of it isn't walled in as much as it is very tactically sound for if somebody's rushing at this place. There's a bunch of arrow slits and looks like it could be a kill box of sorts. But out in this kill box courtyard area, instead, during time where they are not being invaded, it's a training ground. He kind of was watching, looking over, kind of sitting up on the side of the cart, watching, and he saw a couple of young kids struggling, dwarf and a gnome, going over, giving a little bit of feedback, showing them how it's done, actually giving them a semi-live target. in the form of his shadow, he was able to give them a little bit of practice and real world application, and actually kind of help these kids that were struggling in this I say kids, these young men in their training through the ire of a neon haired half elf in armor. Mostly drawing ire in the fact that some rando walked onto her range and started talking to her recruits, and through a little bit of his own finagling, but also Luca's finagling, able to kind of work it out. She seemed interested in having dinner with you two, specifically the more draconic of the two of you. She seemed a little Twitter-pated by him.
That also
but still
extended to both of us?
It was technically extended to both of you, but in the context of both of you, specifically Luca. But
right, good luck with that one, Arijan.
There was an amount of insinuation that maybe, just maybe, there should definitely be a dragon at this dinner. But she, she was dealt with, and the two of you walked away. No ire, or at least no obvious ire, still in the air. And as you did, moving back towards Breaker, you boys, believe we called it Slayer and the Monks, starting to cross in front of this courtyard. Starting to walk in front of this courtyard. Very obviously, Slayer head above the crowd, Breaker head above the crowd. Everybody able to see each other, start to converge. And out walking from the barracks approximately the same time was Atheist, not cloaked over in his mysterious kind of guise of salesmanship. Actually, a little bit fluster on his face, a little bit of like post negotiation, kind of like trying to shake it off, basically.
Luca has every intention of approaching directly.
Same here.
Luca would walk right over to Atheist and open up with, "We didn't catch you at a bad time, did we?"
He looks up, the half and half of his face, kind of seeing you two, and then seeing the others approaching from behind, and he kind of is in deep and kind of tries to exhale his frustration, put on a little bit of the smile, but not as overtly just salesman-y. And he just, "Actually, you caught me at a very reasonable time."
Well, on the bright side, we're only looking to talk. We don't mean to interrupt you any more than necessary.
Fantastic. No interruption. You've actually caught me at the end of business.
Yes, I heard there was some tense negotiations.
Breaker talking my business, and he says that like overtly towards Breaker, and Breaker kind of puts up his big furbolg hands, just like the too detailed, boss. And he starts ushering the other three up into the carts, and like he's strapping down the carts, trying to get everything ready for them to depart. Atheist, all right, fair enough.
Well, he didn't tell us the nitty-gritty details, but he did say that
kind of
your customer tried to change the price on you.
Kind of flips his hood up, not quite as over and covering his face as he normally does, just up and comfortably. And Yes, well, turns out when you negotiate war prices, there's no more war. People want to charge you less. Or people want to be charged less. And, well, that didn't sit as well with me, you see. Oh, we figured it out.
No one ought to make a deal that they can't honor.
And it is good to hear that you figured it out, and I'm going to extend a hand at this point, like as a common courtesy kind of handshake, like good to see you, kind of.
Yeah, the soft but assured grip. To see you. And it was Mullin and Akira and Alec, right? Alec?
If that's what you want to call me, sure.
And he does a little bit of I remembered. Well, it is
Hero
good.
just waves at him politely, like, "Hi."
It's good to see all of you. My business is done, and he looks back towards Luca. Cashing in a favor so soon? What?
Not quite a favor.
Follow, and he kind of ushers the group kind of as y'all are talking towards kind of the far side of the far side of the cart.
This isn't anything like that. Well, really just looking for where we might be able to find a certain type of monster, and we were wondering if you might know the location. That's all. You seem like a man who knows where to find things.
Yeah, no, it reminds me. I found a lead on that, but continue.
Well, any and all information could be helpful. We're looking to find some thought devourers.
Oh.
Intellect, I think. Intellect.
Is it intellect devourers?
Yeah.
I can't pin the name down. I've tried so hard. Not everybody has the right name, I guess. It's almost like there's two competing systems, and they call them different things and have different artwork for them, but yet conflate them on the movie posters.
So that's so very strangely specific.
Aaron's going to start counting the walls of the courtyard, making sure that there weren't 4 of them.
Indeed. There are in fact only 3.
Sorry, still a little salty about WotC stealing Paizo's official artwork for their D&D movie poster. Sorry,
that's
Luca
still one of the
20 on Insight.
That's still one of the best things that ever happened. Paizo's amazing. Anyways, sorry. But
I haven't got the name straight. Sorry.
But far as what you're asking, I have heard of and know of where some of these be found. Not locally. I know where some are a bit further away, closer to the Labenda Swamp, our side of the Silver Quill Ridge. That's more central continent. I have heard of infestations out that way.
Out of character, is that a different area from what Breaker told us about?
Well, yeah, where Breaker knows about is up here in the Dunrock. The Silver Quill Ridge, you would know to be an area behind one of your new favorite cities, that of Hupperduke. The
Silver Quill Ridge, I see it now.
Yes, it's almost like it was hidden until it was said.
I see it now.
But he describes the general area, and actually I can also show off the Labenda Swamp.
Ooh.
And
while we're at revealing,
it's swampy.
I think Slayer's spoken of his home city, which I think is like right there.
It is.
And when Slayer, speaking of Slayer, you have a cord tie. You have a piece of rope tied around your neck, right?
Yeah, like a cord of cord.
Ironically, a cord of cord.
A cord of cord. Okay.
Yeah. I don't remember exactly what Chord's holy symbol is, but it would also
there are a few.
Display.
Some of them are like fist, like a combating fist, either by itself or holding a sword or something. Some of them are lightning based because, in addition to being a god of war and a god of struggle, he is also a god of storms.
Ooh,
Right.
oh man. I knew a character that would love that. But anyway, that's not here.
Oh, actually,
So
honestly, the imagery I just found is perfect. It's like a leather cord that's like a choker status almost. And then
choker?
Especially on his big neck.
yeah, and
but
then
it's
like
a choker.
yeah,
Oh, yeah.
kinda.
I have to have
And then
Be like
and
a
then,
belt.
like, dangling from
Friday.
that is what looks like a shield, with like a center metal bit, and then like lightning bolts out in like diagonals from that.
Yeah, like
Good
while
symbol.
we're walking back towards the group, Akira is gonna, and we don't have to like interrupt them too much on this, but Akira is definitely asking you about your choker and what it means. They are very interested.
Justice was describing, and Sean was shopping.
Dude.
Right. Yeah, I mean, Slayer would just kind of. Oh, I just closed that tab and I shouldn't have.
Oh no! Control Shift T.
What? Huh?
Control Shift T will bring up the tab you just closed.
What? We learned
You
things on Dice Soup.
Keyboard
What's
Tune in.
If you close a tab on Google Chrome, you hit Control Shift T, it'll bring it right back up.
It totally just worked. That's great.
It's amazing.
You can also hit the 3 dots and then click on history, and it'll show like your last like 10.
I have a factoid about.
Yeah.
I have a nice factoid about D&D holy symbols. In case no one ever noticed, the Detroit Red Wings logo is a holy symbol of St. Cuthbert.
That's amazing.
Nice.
If you actually look them up, if you actually look them up, the way that the design works out, it actually creates exactly all of the points on the holy symbol of St. Cuthbert line up exactly with it.
That's incredible.
Okay, so Slayer would just kind of briefly go over like commandments of Chord, which is basically like a bravery above all. There is no cowardice, or there's no glory in cowardice. Strength is the path to greatness, but greatness is the responsible use of strength. And the glory of the Stormlord lives through your own glory on the battlefield.
And you're going to just kind of, Akira's going to their eyes are going to get wide as you describe all these things, because a lot of them are tenets that they were taught when they started studying being a monk. As far as as far as what Cyrac taught them, it all kind of lines up with tenets of Chord. So you're gonna start seeing Akira go,
You are learning things about your mentor.
I am, it's all lining up that it makes sense that Cyrac was teaching these things to Akira. But knowing where they came from now, it's giving Akira a greater sense of purpose.
Yeah.
And just learning, they're just like, oh, there's more to they are still a proud gift to this, no matter what. Like Akira will say to anyone, they are a proud gift, but they're learning that there's more out here. And so that's a big deal.
Indeed.
So they are. So, but that's all.
Word.
Yes. So. So far side of the Silverquill Ridge, out of the Labenda, the mountainous side of the Labenda Swamp. They've been known to be found. Other than that, that's the most recent thing that I've heard. That's nothing bit of information. No favors called. Need anything else I can help you with?
I suppose you don't perhaps know any of the dangers to warn us about when dealing with any of these creatures, just in case. We're looking to get some ingredients to make
and apparently
magical
we
rings.
can't use the ingredients I suggested. So, yeah.
Oh, there are ways of sorry, dangers of the creatures. I was about to talk about ways you could distill it down into to temporary benefits, but potions and things. But it comes down to it. Well, those creatures, they're ambush predators. They will try. They will try to lure you in, or either lure you in or ambush you from where you're not looking, because they can see around them pretty well. Especially when they are close to you, they are very aware. They sense the mind. So immediately if something is sentient enough for them to smell it with their mind, they will attempt to start to hunt it. But mindlessly, they actually have a general intelligence of.
So basically, Adkis would be pretty much invisible to them, so we probably should send him in first.
Yeah, Akira tilts their head at the phrase "smell with their mind." They're like,
I'm also going to jump in at this point. Do you happen to think, and I'm going to resummon my echo next to me, my friend here might be sentient enough for them?
I wouldn't presume to know. As your friend, he looks towards it, and is that actually you?
Yes and no. It is in as far as it's an extension of me. It can act on its own, but it's almost like if I were to take different actions. It's like a manifestation of another timeline.
And he takes a moment, and he kind of claps his hands together for a moment and rubs them together, and reaches out, and out of a little bit of a bracelet around his hand, he opens his hand, and walking stick kind of reappears in his hand, and do you mind if I try to focus on if it has thoughts or not? Can do that sort of thing. He starts to wave the stick for a moment, and you kind of recognize the end result of a detect thoughts spell being cast, and he tries to focus. He just waves it off. He's like, nothing. I didn't. It was a big hollow space in trying to detect anything in its mind. I don't believe it truly has a mind. If it's a manifestation of you from another place, then perhaps the barrier there is strong enough for what have you.
Okay, above table, my echo does follow my stats. So were you saying like the spell failed because it doesn't have an intelligence of 3? Or
no, I'm saying it technically has your stats. It has your stats for the operation of stats. It does not. It is not you. It does not have. Does not have its own will. It is an extension of you, but it's not. It's not you.
Okay. Cool.
We have a hydration check.
Hydration check.
Oh, we do.
Hydration.
I don't think I've ever actually drank water during one of those yet.
Do it.
I'll do it eventually.
We'll drink something. It's fine. I have energy drink too. I'm gonna
drink
do that.
water.
No. Won't be a brat. No.
We're just gonna we'll finally do a meetup where we actually have live soup. I'm gonna bring a like spray bottle, and then every time you refuse to drink water, I'm just gonna spray you in the face. Bad, bro. Bad.
I'm not going to stop you, but I'm also not going to help you.
But alas, that manifestation does not have its own mind, its own will. Not that I can detect, anyways.
Of course. Thank you.
Cheers, of course. Anything else? I'd love to say that I have a place to be, but I the only place I have to be is a place to have the carts and rest, hopefully, for an evening.
Well, I guess I'll open this up. If you need some good cooking tonight, you and Breaker, we'll be having dinner at some point at my apartment.
Okay, I'm sure I might be able to find some time. Where is, and if you want to give, you can give him the precise location.
It is a third-story apartment in an apartment building near Fisher's shop. That's all the information.
Yeah, no, that and that's what I mean. Like we don't have an ad. It's a game, but
yeah,
it's a game.
At the end of the day, it's a game. But yes, of course. I suppose we could be about. Thank you.
Of course. I know it's hard to find good food on the road.
Most of the time, when people find out too terribly much about my business, they don't want me in their homes. So, I do genuinely appreciate it.
A friend of the Onyx and Ivory is a friend of mine.
He that's politely.
You feel Akira staring you, and it's boring into the back of your skull as you just allow these people to go sleep at our home.
No. He invited them them for dinner. He invited them for dinner, not to sleep.
Sleeping. Okay, not sleeping. Okay, that's different.
No, we already have too many people in my apartment. We cannot.
Y'all already got company. It's not time for more company. He knows better.
Okay, I thought you invited them over to stay for a little while, so Akira was gonna be like,
yeah, like one of those like social hostage things where you like don't want to say anything, but you're like, are you serious right now?
Right.
Well, Akira can say something though. I mean, Akira.
No, it's just dinner.
He doesn't.
Dinner. It's just dinner.
Well, no, Akira has the ability to say something.
It's true.
Without speaking out.
With that, we'll leave you to. With that, we'll leave you to finding your accommodations for the night, and I suppose we'll see you later on.
Surely.
And thank you very much. Once again.
Lads, shall we? And he kind of claps his hands as he reaches up to mount up on his cart. And
one last thing before we go. In exchange for that information, we helped you unload your cart.
Oh, prepayment.
Yes.
Well, that's very generous of you. Appreciate it.
I knew that you could deliver.
There is that moment where he has that thought of like, okay, and
I would like to shake both of their hands as they're getting all done, and just like to Breaker, just kind of like in his head, just like, I'll see you later.
When you shake Breaker's hand and give him the see you later. Indeed, I hope to see you soon. And they begin to begin to head off, as it were.
Akira. Akira, you see that expression on Aragen's face right there? That's what he looks like when he's got a crush.
Are you sure?
100%. Positive.
I've also seen him look that way when he's had too many sweets.
Quite the same thing.
Oh, so he's gonna be all farty again? Oh God, no.
Oh gosh.
Can't say that's what I was
What did I
expecting,
miss?
but
It's like that
Nothing.
It's like that day he ate all those fish. Oh my God, no.
No, like in general, I don't
No.
just mean the current odd conversation.
Well,
We
too bad. That's
invited-
all you're getting.
I invited Atheist and Breaker to dinner.
You
And,
did
Of
what?
course, Earl.
I knew Slayer was going to do that.
Slayer has been here the whole time, and then it's like, you should what?
No, Slayer wasn't paying attention to that conversation. He was talking to Akira.
I'm gonna reduce
I
that.
love it.
I'm dropping my hit points to 0. That was amazing. I'm dead.
Nothing, dude, man. He did nothing. Let's go.
Also-
Come on.
Also, no one acknowledged my sick burn on what's his name, Adkis.
Oh, you
No,
absolutely murdered Adkis, like right there.
And no
There-
one
did.
said anything. And I was
I
like,
did
no.
my best. I did my best to not, because
I
you
thought you were being
destroyed him.
intimidating a little bit. I thought you were
You
like being kind of
destroyed
like,
him.
yeah, 'cause you did kind of destroy, like you treated his life, man. What can I say to that?
Well, apparently, my therapist, which is Eltahine, says I'm too mean, so I have to be nicer. So I wasn't going to say anything on it.
Is that where the
Yeah,
redeem
he looks at
option came
Elfine
from?
the same way, too.
Oh, shit.
Akira is definitely enjoying Luca telling them that this is what Arrogant looks like when he has the crush, though, because Akira's totally going to bring that up later. That's totally coming back later. 100%.
So,
So what?
side tangent, real quick. One other thing that Slayer probably would have mentioned about Cord was that his holy day is the day of challenging, which is
It's
what
in the
that guy at the
approximate-
Slayer's take was kind of hinting at, but it's also like it also came and went like
Gotcha.
months ago.
Gotcha.
It is very much in the like February of the year, approximately.
But
we're
kind
in
of like
summer.
following through with Slayer's, you
confused.
did what? Akira's like, yeah, apparently they're coming over for dinner.
That sounds like an awful idea.
It's specifically just Atheist and Breaker. No one else was invited. Just so you know, if that helps. Which it probably doesn't.
Well, so they're just gonna be unattended roaming the city somewhere.
You know what? Not my circus, not my monkeys.
Slayer, if it eases you, they seem to very much so
Lots of
listen
monkeys.
to Atheists and Breakers. So if Atheists and Breakers said for them to stay somewhere, I would be assured that they would stay where they were told. That may soothe you, that may not, but
Again, not my circus, not my monkeys.
Slayer's just kind of like looking at you all with like narrowed eyes.
Kira says, I had nothing to do with this one. And he pays 50% of the rent, so I can't say no.
Good gracious.
That's
I'm like
real.
33 because I'm pretty sure Fisher pays part of our rent too, especially when we're not home.
As far as I know, he pays half of the rent.
Mm.
So
He pays half of y'all's part of the rent.
Yeah.
he pays half of our part of the rent. So I can't exactly say no to his company because, well, I just can't. Even when I haven't liked them, it's fine.
And when have I brought over guests, Akira, that you haven't liked?
I'll just
Let's see.
outside then.
Let's see.
Fine.
the night you celebrated your first really good crystal sword, you had that one person over, and then there was that weird lunch.
In my defense, he was hot and he wanted the sword. I was trying to work business and fun at the same time.
Oh, I heard you work all the business. But anyway,
hold on, I have to turn off noise suppression to get Luca's proper reaction to that, which is
but it's fine. I'm sure it'll be a brief dinner, and they'll go home when they're done, right?
Yeah, they're not staying there.
Oh no,
Yeah, see, Slayer says they can't stay.
Too many people. There's too many people in the apartment for
Slayer pay rent.
It's not my house, but I will eject them from the day.
Slayer said they can't stay. Here's totally being a brat about this.
Apparently, apartment politics are quite complex.
Well, no,
And as the apartment politics are being negotiated, both carts are just rolling away. Or y'all are kind of standing out in front of this barracks.
Oh, I think we've begun
by.
moving at this point.
Yeah.
I'm sure we're
steering
moving along.
back towards the apartment. I think because I don't know what our next order of business is.
Indeed, that does become the question. What is the next order of business?
Ira is going to tell everyone about the colorful serpents, the coaxal, and how they want to go talk to them and maybe get their scales so we don't have to set anyone out for as delicious bait for Brain Beast.
Yeah, I mean, there's that.
Oh, Andvari, right? Andvari, that was the name.
Yes, him. We can go talk to him.
Right, there was
I'm glad we
there's that prospect of like we learned that from this place. It's called the Slayer's Take. It's weird they have my name and their name, but it seemed real interesting. And they gave us this neat chest that I'm totally still carrying on my shoulder.
Oh yeah, like not even a struggle. You just like it's just been there.
Yeah.
What is that?
It's a chest of cooling, and you put monster bits in it, and they stay fresh.
I'm totally doing like a Vanna. I'm totally like doing a Vanna White. To the like, I'm like, you know.
Yeah.
And what did that run you?
Oh, it's free.
It's free.
We just have to prove that we can either get those coxal scales, or we can go up north where there's some yetis that have been acting weird, like they might have some of them brain thingies fucking with their brains, making them not act right, and we could go kill them.
Oh.
And then we can put their brain monster bits in the chest, bring them back as proof, and then they'll let us join them, and then they'll give us a small bag that does the same thing.
Were you all aware that the brain beasts dig inside of your own brain? Did you all know that?
Yeah, they like eat your brain and replace your brain and become you.
Yeah, it nearly happened. It nearly happened to Breaker.
Yeah, it sounds terrifying. But I mean, it also sounds quite challenging.
It also sounds like three birds with one stone. Oh. Oh, you know what, Slayer? That sounds like 4 birds with one stone. I think we might have found a good idea.
And I would love to join them, honestly.
It's very rare that we can do 4 jobs at once.
I've never fought a Yeti, but it sounds tough, and I'd like to try it.
Well, you're welcome to do so, and I will watch you to the best of my ability.
I meant joining the Slayer's Take, but sounds
yeah,
fun.
they say you have to get this brand thing. It's like a weird. Alec knows more about it, but he's spacing off right now. He can tell you about it. Yeah, you get branded. It's like magic, and it like something to do with contracts, and
That sounds sketchy as hell.
And above table, I'm intentional. It's intentional.
I totally know.
Okay.
Are we talking about the chest
Okay,
right now?
it's
Yeah,
not.
we're talking about the magic brand, Alec. Now that you've stopped spacing out, yeah. There's the magic brand that they have. Yeah.
Yeah.
Perfect timing.
So what happens as you're talking about this brand or whatever? He just kind of goes, "It's not." And so what he does is he takes out his staff, not his new staff, but his old staff, and he takes it out, and you'll see like carved into the end of it, which I believe it's on the artwork if I'm not mistaken, because there's 3 different symbols, I believe.
Oh, cool.
Yeah. There's 3 different like representations of Ioun, and one of which is on my staff, I believe. Let me pull up the artwork on.
Is that the symbol that you've put on the map, Sorcerer Supreme Pizza?
I think
that is the symbol of the Slayer's take itself.
Yes, and then there is, but like in more detail, if you look at my my token, which I don't even know where I can find it right now, but on there,
I'll pull it out right now. Get easy.
I would appreciate that. And so if you look at my token or my artwork or whatever, you'll see that with Nock in his full attire and everything. On the staff, I believe, is the symbol of Ioun, and that is what he pulls out. And he was like, "It's not that big. It's just this." And he says,
"That's a symbol."
And so he goes like, "Yes, this is
the symbol of Ioun. The temple I trained at. This is who they were under."
Oh. So, where did he get this idea of a brand?
It
is a brand.
The deal is
you get that branded on you.
There's some I'm assuming they go into some magical contract with Ioun. As far as the details of that, I'm not 100% sure. I do know that they said that it's a kind of a binding thing. Maybe it's not on the staff. Maybe it's on my sleeve there. Actually, now that I look at it,
it was
I can't remember exactly.
The one on the sleeve. It's basically an eye with a kind of ankh kind of coming off of it.
Yeah, I mean, like basically, they do that so that when they make a contract with you to go kill a beastie or collect a beastie bit, that like it makes sure you're the one that does it, right? Like you don't like subcontract that out to somebody else.
I don't understand
like
magically how it all works. I just do know that it seems to be that they are under some sort of agreement with Ioun, and it seems to be a form of worship, at least that I can tell.
I don't know about worship, but it does seem to be like a magically binding contract to do what you said you were going to do.
He has a certain strange understanding of the arcane, as we've talked about before.
From what I recall, if we take a contract, we just have to make sure we're the ones that complete it and that we do it.
Yeah, we can't outsource it.
We can't outsource it. And so pretty much what the brand does, as it was explained to us, is when we complete the contract, lets them know that it was us and that everything, and that we survived, so on and so forth. It's actually nothing pretty sketchy about it. They were actually want to make sure we didn't want to do anything untoward with the monster bits we're collecting. So they definitely had some questions as to why we were hunting Brain Beast, and when we told them, they also presented the option of the Coatl, as well as hunting down these things that burrow into the Yeti's brains. Now we can definitely go check out the Yetis and do all that, but I definitely want to talk to a rainbow serpent.
Oh, there's you can talk to one right here, and I'm gonna pull my familiar and like have it start like rainbow shifting.
Well, if we go out into the area,
silver and through all the different colors.
If we go out into the area where Anvari was found, we were explicitly told that we could call out for their help and they would come. So this is something that we do need their help with, and it is helping protect us, which is what they said they would help do. We'll just have to see if maybe if we can learn a little bit more about that particular creature and find if maybe there's something we could offer them in trade for that. Usually it helps to have a bargaining chip, whether you need it or not, and Luca kind of looks at Eredrin. Whether we need the bargaining chip or not, it's good to have one. And usually not offer it first.
No, I'm gonna like say it out loud. Like, what you looking at me for?
Oh, does Eredrin not remember? Eredrin doesn't remember the Feywild, does he?
No.
Akira, then
No.
Akira gets it.
Yes,
Well,
Akira
I've
gets
been
it
told it.
100%.
I've been told it back, but like above table, I
Luca
don't
pauses.
understand what you're referencing here.
Luca pauses, looks at Eredrin, and just, in the Feywild, you tried to basically sell every possession without even thinking to ask for something in return. I was confident that you'd have offered them everything you had before even asking for their terms.
Well, I mean, we have to build a rapport. I mean, okay, Fisher's the salesman of the three of us. I build things. I don't like to sell things.
I've got you. All right. When it comes time for negotiations, just let me know. I'll help you.
I mean, I can scare someone into taking my terms of a negotiation, but beyond that,
That's not negotiating.
I mean, I wouldn't have minded
a form
against the
of
Fae.
negotiation.
That would have been fine.
Yeah, I think that's coercion.
it's a form of negotiation, and one I find very effective.
Time and place, Eredrin. Time and place. Talking to a Quaddle,
Regardless.
perhaps not the time and place.
No. I'm not going to be handling any negotiations on that front. I may say,
Unless,
hey,
of course, that is the way that we need to handle the negotiations, in which case I still might leave that to Slayer. Anyway, he's far more intimidating just by nature. No, you know what? He's not. No, you're both intimidating. Never mind. And Luca just walks.
He just kind of shrugs.
You're both intimidating.
Yeah, just
Akira
and to that, Alec kind of looks around at the entirety of the group and is like, I don't
really know if there's anybody of us who isn't intimidating in some way, so I think it's a pretty solid statement.
I'm not intimidating.
Approachable of the bunch.
like
I'm
I
not
look
intimidating
over
at
at
all.
I look over at Akira and I'm like,
You're a walking dragon. That alone warrants something.
And I'm going to turn to Luke and I'm going
Dress
to
so nice.
do you not remember literally blasting a woman into a wall with a clap, my friend, and a yell that you could hear? For
Pretty sure only you remember that. Grin.
I mean, I do remember hearing your voice thuming through the entire building that we were in. I heard the word children on Dolby Digital THX, just like
That's true. It's real.
Oh, just the effects of a spell. It's no problem.
no.
Yes, but it was intimidating. Anywho,
You can blame it
well-
on Eredrin.
Okay, so I suppose that I can be intimidating under
Why
very
am I
specific
the speaker?
circumstances, but usually I'm the most approachable.
are you saying I'm not with 7 weapons strapped to my back and my hip?
You're
but,
cuddly like a porcupine, my friend.
I'm completely approachable.
All I'm saying is that
I don't
we
disagree.
have a brick wall here.
Like pointing at over at Slayer. Over here, like we have a personal arsenal
Just walking around, like pointing over to Eredrin. It's like we have not one but 2 Dragonborn in the party, and like pointing to you guys, and it's like just by appearance alone, it was one of those things where some regular humanoid might not want to approach you. And then, of course, really honestly, if we're gonna get down to it, I'm the most normal looking one here. So I'm probably the one that's not gonna be the most intimidating right off the bat.
Yeah, I was gonna
That's
say you're
racist.
pretty unassuming. Is
You guys,
And then, of course,
had
mean,
personally been punched
pretty
by you
uncomfortable.
several times, I would not think you hit very hard.
Slayer,
Like,
always Slayer.
I slightly smile at Slayer because that is very much a compliment from Slayer.
When you mention the 2 Dragonborn, Akira totally does the South Park emo kid thing with their bangs. They're like they move their bangs over to the side.
The South Park emo kid stuff. That's just emo kid stuff. Come on now.
Well, I wanted to make sure it was a reference that everybody could get. So yeah, but
it's very cartoony.
Yeah, typical emo kid.
Some of us lived through that, okay? It wasn't a phase.
Yeah. It's not a phase, Mom.
This is who I am, Mom.
I am Darkmare _69.
Yeah, my
don't at me
Xbox,
like that. Moving on.
Email is definitely not I am the darkness.
Hey there.
To bring it back a little bit. It has been. Stop! You're gonna get me started.
I'm so sorry.
What's on the agenda for the rest of the day then, other than dinner with the unmentionables?
Before dinner, would you like to work Luca to try to work on your magic tinker?
Yes, absolutely. We should get on that.
Shall we go to Fishes then?
Definitely. Let's go.
Kenzie is threatening to walk to your apartment. Kenzie is threatening to walk to your apartment and find the emo pictures herself. So
good luck.
That's a long
I'm still terrible at taking pictures. So that is not a new phenomenon. That is a very, very old phenomenon.
Kenzie, that walk is at least 500 miles and 500 more.
Damn it.
Song reference.
Odd. Take your inspiration, Ro. You just that hits so many other buttons that like you don't even know. Just take your pretenders, right? Yeah.
Listen, I don't know how.
Cannot sleep, cannot dream tonight.
Bro, I don't care how much you proclaim that the
disclaimers. That's what it is.
Like...
Thank you.
Wait, what was that? What was that, Bearded?
I said I don't care how much you proclaim the distances. Yeah. Because it's not
hey, Jer, I know it's hard to feel like I don't care at all. Where you are and how you feel with these lights.
I'm bringing myself back. We're pulling.
Let's get back.
All right. So heading back to Fisher's. It was right.
At least for Luca and myself.
Yeah, what we doing there again?
Going back to
we're trying to slap some magic on that bow. That's the plan.
Right. Okay.
At least that's what Erigen and I need to work on. That's the thing Erigen and I need to work on, because it needs done. And I need the practice.
Akira would like to take Slayer and Alec by Cyrax's dojo.
Ooh.
Sure, yeah. I went with you there, right? That's where we trained.
That's where y'all were training for a few days.
Yeah, that's where we were training. But
that's where we sparred. Yeah.
But they haven't taken Slayer and Cyrax is another Goliath. So just to get
Cyrax was actually back at the cave outside of town.
Oh yeah.
The dojo is obviously still there, but Cyrax themselves are off protecting the priory, off protecting the class.
Oh, I forgot that's who that was. Never mind. Okay, thank you for plugging in that gap.
That's right.
I forgot who that was.
I forgot. Thank you.
I mean, is the dojo available?
The dojo, yeah.
You'd imagine it's probably it's probably walk-inable, but.
It sounds nice and all, but like, I mean, it sounds like we're gonna be doing some magic stuff that sounds interesting. I need my help.
I will definitely watch the magic unfold.
Behold the magic. All right, well.
The magic is in you all.
Kind of like sniffs and rubs his nose. Yeah.
That's weird. My keyboard just typed in Bean and then sent it to the Twitch chat. Not sure why.
Ben?
Oh,
Ben?
Yeah, it said Ben.
Oh,
just
Ben.
like Ben. I just sent it. I was trying to type something and it sent automatically, and I was like, "Well, that's gonna look weird."
How you believe it now?
Slayer, that's
Ben.
Oh,
He shut his fucking camera off. Sorry.
Oh.
Just make sure.
Bring it back.
Yeah, how you been, Luca?
How you been?
I've been fine. Are you having a laugh at me? Is it because I talk this way?
Well,
You know, Nock also talks this way, right?
He taking a piss, mate.
He's obviously been to Nicodranas.
Nigga, what?
Get back on track. Let's go do shit. What's next? What we got next?
Say absolutely off the rails. So, heading back towards the Silverfisher Forge, there is a getting back to the cart.
Pet tax.
Whether or not you're
back.
Hold on.
They're not
we called a pet tax real quick. So
pet tax.
come here, Kyrie.
I would love
Hey,
to.
Kyrie. Hi. Hi.
Your animals don't actually listen to you.
Mine do.
Not that. I mean, she totally
It's
would
like
if I
puppy.
called her, but she's like stuck upstairs because the dogs rule the downstairs, and the dogs don't really listen to me.
That's fair.
My doggy does listen, and she came right when I called her.
Hi, Kyrie.
Adkis, whether he heard himself get burned or not, may or may not be noticed. Probably not noticed. But heading back towards Silverfisher, you all pass back out of the shadow of the mountain, heading back to
Oh gosh.
heading back to
So,
the place.
Is that your pet?
Yeah, Kenzie redeemed pet tax. I couldn't find a pet because like they're all outside and I couldn't go chase them down. But I mean, I grew this one, so like I feel like this one counts. Yeah.
Well made. It's true. Ask anybody.
I
A good pet human.
Mwah. Okay. Now, my little pet, go along and play with your friends. Yeah. What are you doing? You want to say hi? Say hi.
Hello.
Greetings. Oh.
Go back to your mama. Go back to your mama.
As y'all walk up,
Sorry for the sidetrack.
you're okay. As y'all walk up towards the Silverfisher, you actually hear a very comforting sound. Ting, 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 ting. You hear it and then come around the corner and can see the forge is burning at the Silverfisher. And
I'm running to Fishers then.
things are. It sounds very normal, very rhythmic, very. Things are happening, and as y'all get to and open up the door, you running, Eredrin, the first thing you bust in and you see Brandor immediately go for their blade because you're moving in with a bit of a rush, and he's been rushed in this room before.
No, I'm just happy to see that the forge is on. No, nothing.
No.
I mean, here's the thing. Nobody can do the boogaloo like Brandor,
Indeed. Indeed. So, the cart being pulled around the back end of the Silverfisher.
Oh, puppy. Sorry.
Puppy. Hi, puppy. Hey, pet tax. I have none of my pets here, neither homegrown nor store-bought.
I paid the tax.
Is that a Jack Russell?
No, it is Corgi German Shepherd.
What a mix. Very pretty
that's
dog.
an odd mix.
Right?
Very pretty.
Yeah.
Very, very cute. Much dog, very cute.
Such wow.
All out of 10.
Wow.
Such wow. That was funny that two people said the exact same one at the same time.
Perfect.
Yeah. Thank you, Justice. I love you.
The cart gets pulled around to the backside. You can tell somebody was listening because as soon as you pull the cart around, or Atticus pulls the cart around the back. Blackbird kind of like partially opens the door, and then seeing that it's you all, opens the door the rest of the way, and just kind of gives, chucks deuces, and then just kind of stands back like two were ready for something to happen. And you bust in. Fisher, Brandor looks up. Fisher's like in the zone. He's in that, like, he's crafting, and like unless something is actively popping off, he's in the zone. So like Toolbox is helping hold some of it, and he's kind of going in, and he's working on a little metal band that he's kind of looks like he's bending it to kind of the ear shape of Akira's ear right now. Rough, kind of the rough larger part before getting all the detail into it.
Jokingly, I'm going to say, don't you wish I had my left ear for that? It's a lot less material.
He kind of glances up and kind of pulls up his goggles and just, no, I never actually asked you before, but do you want something to complete that back up? I could do something kind of like this, but like almost like a prosthetic.
You see, actually, I was looking at making one of those myself down the line.
Oh, enough. And he just kind of starts getting back to it.
So we want to work on this bow.
I'm here on a mission.
Oh, sorry.
So that's what I mean. Yeah, you're right. Yeah, that's where I was going. So if the two of you are going to be working on a stuff, something you would know in the enchanting process, there kind of needs to be an amount of precious material. One of the reasons that valuable metals are valuable gems are valuable, is that they can, like, more valuable they are in smaller amounts, where platinum is more valuable than gold in the same weight. One of the reasons that they are more valuable, particularly in a magical world such as this, is that those things can generally hold magic better and be used to either craft magical staves or lay in enchantments into bows. So the question there becomes, what are you trying to devote into this, and how much time are you wanting to devote into this, or are you just trying to get it started today? With just today. It does take a number of days. That's why, like, Fisher, who is very, very good at these sort of things, like, it's like, yeah, it's gonna be a couple of days just for me to get the shape right and get everything ready to be laid in. And once you give me the final ingredients, like, I can kind of work that in. Even for him, it takes a number of days to even do kind of the lower level uncommon enchantments.
At least for this, partially what is devoted is the silver that is already in it and the gems that are already.
That's right. You already put silver in it. That's true.
Yeah, we were getting this thing ready to be enchanted. Now we just have to do the enchanting.
I made it fully like I was making it for Fisher to enchant it. I made it fully.
That's right. Yeah, you put real money into this. I remember now.
Yeah. Oh yeah, he had it ready to roll. It's just up to Luca.
Money's
to
already invested.
Do it.
Nice. Okay. Yeah. Sorry, taking that into consideration, it's still probably a number of days worth of enchanting, because again, you are an amateur. It would probably still take a day or two, even for Fisher, to actually put it in there solid.
And I'm going to kind of be explaining
y'all can get that started.
To Luca.
Honestly, I think aside from the dinner thing, I think that's probably what Luca's going to be dedicating his time to do, because he made a promise to Eredrin that he'd do this. So I think that's what I'm going to have Luca work on.
You and Eredrin doing that. Go ahead.
Yeah.
Okay.
at the beginning of this, just kind of like explaining, like, now this isn't kind of like a spell that you fight with. This is very much something that's going to take time. Like, if you see, like, and then start going through the blueprint of all the runes on it, like, we focus on this one for this amount of time, like, with this spell, and just going through everything, like explaining the process, basically.
Yeah, you don't mean it when you carve those runes up.
As a way of helping Eredrin out, I'm gonna do the glass work for Eredrin that he was trying to do for his tips.
Okay.
So I'm gonna work on the glass for Eredrin.
Right, you start, and Eredrin basically, he has a prototype completed that you can kind of base your future work off of.
Gotcha.
That's what you're doing.
Yeah.
Slayer, you were talking about stuff. Do you have something you want to input in this process, or are you wanting to do something different? Like, you have a whole ass workshop here that specializes in. Hold on, let me make sure to pull up Fisher himself so that I can tell you exactly the kinds of tools in this workshop. Is carpentry, cartography, cobbling, glass blowing, jewelers, leatherworking, masonry, smithery, tinkering, and weaving and other wood carving. This is a very comprehensive shop. This is a very comprehensive shop. This is very there's a lot to be had in this place.
Doubles as a temple from Origin on Saturdays.
Yeah, I mean, I really just have like proficiency in brewer's supplies and arcana, so I was just like,
well, that's what you have proficiency in right now. Are you wanting to expand your horizons at all? I guess is more the question.
You could really impress the dwarves with some masonry work.
I don't think so. No.
Okay. Okay, just wanting to give you an opportunity. Knock, similar question. Is there anything that you're wanting to put into this, especially, or work on for your own self?
I very much don't have a whole lot to mess with right now because, quite frankly, I'll be 100% honest. I'm kind of blessed right now. I got a really sick kunai chain with reach on it and stuff like that, and I have my staff of the what was it? The 9 Winds is what it's called, and
the Hell's Wind staff. Yeah,
Hell's Wind staff. Yeah, that's what it is. And I have the staff. I have my kunai. I'm not real. All I would be doing, if there's any time to kill, would be one of two things. I would either be practicing my martial arts with my kunai / staff and doing stuff like that, and probably splitting that time evenly with, practicing on my, like practicing specific certain songs on my, the what's it called, the pan flute.
Yeah.
Snowdrops in Summer would be one I'd be trying to practice and try and get down, essentially, because new song and all that kind of stuff, and think just certain things that I feel like might be really useful to learn. So more aimed towards like I said, specifically like Snowdrops in Summer, I think is what it's called. I'm looking at my list of songs right now.
Yeah.
What's it called? It's called Snowdrops in Summer, exactly. And then Everlight My Way. Things I'm trying to practice these songs because like these are important, urgent kind of things.
Right. Yeah. Cool. Okay.
Luca may hum or sing along with those because I think he knows both of those.
Oh yes, no, you're the one that's been teaching.
You 100% know those, yes.
Oh yeah.
So in doing that, working on some of that, we'll take that into account. So, for the simpler part of it, Akira, if you'd be so kind, glass blowers via dexterity for you. Go ahead and throw down. We're just gonna do 2 checks on it because y'all are kind of basically I guess you're occupying kind of the business part of the day, and you'll went there kind of in the morning. So yeah, you'd have about 8 hours. You invited people over for dinner at sundown. You'd be able to eke that in before sun went down. So let's go 3 checks, full work day.
Okay, so first one is 18. You should probably be able to see it come through on your end at least. If it's not coming through on there. Check number 2
I can't see.
Was only a 12.
These are proficient. So that's a 21, a 15.
Oh, that's right. You did say proficiency. I'm sorry. Yes. Okay.
Okay. You're a glass blower. This is your work. This is what you do.
That's another.
This is your wheelhouse, baby.
So 21, 15, 15.
All right. So going through and using this kind of blueprint, a little bit rough. It's still definitely functional. Definitely would fire. Definitely would work. Being a bit more, this is actually your wheelhouse. You kind of use the tip to kind of press into this sand that this mold. You're able to kind of make a bit of a mold to start putting the glass in, and kind of basically like when you pour glass into kind of a sand mold, you can it'll insulate it and do a little bit of the work for you.
Oh yeah.
And you start some of those, pouring them. A few of them shatter right in the beginning, but like just kind of like, okay, this is a new shape. Y'all haven't really been working this specifically, but like one doesn't work. Then you get it down and you get this rhythm. And go ahead and we're gonna roll roll 3d4 plus 6.
3d4 plus 6. So here's the first d4. Oh, actually, I'm sorry. I can roll 2 more.
Yeah, you can. You can roll. You can roll the other 2.
Okay. So 4, 6,
that's 12.
And...
So wait, no, that's okay. There we go.
So 7.
That's 13.
13. Yep.
So over the course of the day, you're able to get a good solid 13 more of these glass-tipped arrows that when shot, they are if they're shot, they're gonna shatter. But if they hit a target and explode in them, shatter inside of them, it is going to be a bad time for that person.
I package them up and I hand them to Eredrin, and it's like, don't say I never loved you, and I hand him 13 of those arrow tips.
So in the middle of you working, is going to be the enchanter and the smith working their magics together. Magic being the operative term. So. And also the knowledgeable on the arcane Slayer, who you might not know exactly how to craft. You know when magic's right when you see it.
And I was gonna ask Eredrin, like, are the runes you're using? What particular type of runes might they be? Like language.
So that's kind of the funny thing. Traditionally, when magic is used, it follows Draconic, but we found that many languages can, in fact, work as proper runes. This one right here is a mixture of of the 3 things that I've learned. It's Draconic, Gith, and Dwarvish runes all intertwined to make this cohesive language.
Gotcha. So I was asking because a giant can also be used for rune crafting, and so.
Can we retcon that I also included giant in that list because I know giant as well?
Yeah.
Because
that'd be
not even retconning, but you're talking about it, and he's giant can be used too, and you have that real giant can be used, and kind of working that in.
And I turn it like right here, yeah, like this one right here was giant. This is Dwarvish, that's Draconic right here, Gith along the handle here, or along the handhold here, all kinds of them.
So working it together. Go ahead.
Just because real quick above table talk, I don't know if it's made it into any official material yet or whatnot, but I know there is.
Are you thinking about the Rune Knight?
Yeah, well, not Rune Knight, no. There is that. But I was actually
Rune Knight entirely circles around the idea of a fighter that knows how to use dwarven runes to make themselves, and because of them having these accoutrements on themselves with giant runes. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm aware of that. No, I'm not. There's they did a bunch of feats and stuff related to giants.
Oh, that was some of the new UA stuff. But basically that.
Yeah. I would have to look at them again, but I was thinking there might be something related in there. But point being,
I'll say mechanically, you would have a
giant rune carving.
Yeah, you'd be able to help kind of add into that a little bit. Whereas I wouldn't consider it advantage. I would consider it a plus. What's your highest mental modifier?
Highest mental modifier. It's an excellent question.
No, that's why I asked.
It's gonna be +1 from either wisdom or charisma. They're the same.
Okay. And charisma kind of being what he's using as well. So you're already you're throwing in a +1 also as part of it because of your comprehension of Arcana. I will allow basically for you to be able to throw down like one reroll. This.
Okay. Weird.
Oh, +1 and a possible reroll. Eredrin, you've kind of done some of the prep work, so that lowers the DC, and you're kind of helping guide some of it. So, Luca is Arcana via your charisma.
Yes.
For enchanting.
All right.
Talked about previously.
While we're working on this, Luca will be using enhance ability.
Okay. How many second level slots? How many second level slots you have?
I've got 2 second level slots, but I can also cast it with 3rd level slots, which affects both Eredrin and myself, or occasionally another member of the party.
I'll call it 3 castings of, just to kind of keep it manageable but also costly. So go ahead and expend 3 castings of it at your will.
Gotcha.
Your whim, if you will. And yes, when you cast it a second time, you can adjust what hits whom. So Akira, just for funsies, reroll one of your dex. Reroll one of your dex checks for funs.
Just while we're working, Luca's tail kind of reaches over and just wraps around Akira's for a moment.
I do see it. In fact, roll another D4 plus 6 actually because of the crit.
Did you crit fail?
Oh, a crit success.
Crit success.
Yeah, he switched one of those 15s. One of those 15s became a 26 with a natural 20.
Then
he rolled max. So in fact, that's not a total of 14 arrows that you have, Master Eredrin. You have 24.
Luca's tail just kind of reaches out and gently curls around Akira's for a moment while Akira is working behind him, and he bestows a small blessing onto Akira, letting Akira work a little bit better.
Can I ask, should I consider it as just the arrowheads or the entirety of the arrow?
It's essentially the entirety of the arrow. So just add now 24 instead of a total of 14, a total of 24 glass head arrows.
You are very welcome.
Indeed.
Oh, I'm giving you.
You'll have that little avatar moment entwining your tails. You know, it's nothing, no biggie.
It's just cute.
Yeah, and
It's cute. It's not sex in the middle of a room. It's fine.
No, it's not.
it's not. It's not sexy.
Not. I'm sorry. I made the Avatar reference because that's how they do. Avatar's weird, guys. Okay, just.
But also, when I'm handed these, I'm giving Akira the absolute biggest hug I can, and I'm going to say I definitely have to make you something as repayment for this, in gift, of course.
In response, I said, "Well, I've always been fond of brass knuckles."
Done. How about silver knuckles?
Even better.
Perfect. Done.
Well, silver is a little bit more malleable, but moving on. So.
Well, silver plated steel. Even
Silver alloy, or even.
Shall I go ahead and roll?
That time. Let's go ahead and throw some bones. Proficient charisma arcana.
Uh-oh.
Well,
+1.
What did you do?
Yeah, so at minimum a +1. So we're starting strong with a 25. We like this.
oh, that's already.
The +1's already incorporated.
Well, I think so because it's
No, this is a +1 from Doomerin.
Oh, well then yeah, 25.
At 25. Okay, cool. 5.
All right, how many would you like me to roll?
Mas, por favor.
Oh, that's this is gonna be really good, guys.
Oh God, it's a 26 and a natural 20. Oh man, we're moving. We're cruising right along. We like this.
All right, one more. Boom. Not bad though.
Well, this is the point where Doomerin, would you like to invoke your reroll ability?
Sure.
Right, roll one more time.
Just one more die, or
One more die. Potentially a luck point.
I did roll higher.
That does bring it to a 20.
20.
So
20, 25, 26, 20.
No, you don't want to do that. You want to do it the other way. Yep.
Yeah, exactly.
Oh,
exactly.
right, yeah,
Look
gotcha.
You were starting to carve. You were basically starting to carve one of the giant runes like backwards, and he just like no.
Luke is in the middle of carving, and he kind of turns and just Alec, B, not B flat.
Oh, yeah,
and then
sorry.
Slayer corrects me.
Indeed.
And then Eredrin chimes in with like, "Oh yeah, Fisher's left-handed, so that might be backwards."
Okay, yeah,
Gotcha.
exactly. So communally working together, while I can't not do this. So you get to a point in the enchanting process. They're near the end where you're just you're in the zone. Like it's moving along. You're seeing as you're channeling. Go ahead and because you used your second level spells on enhancing your own abilities, burn another third level spell because magic weapon is a second level spell. So that's where I get that idea from.
Okay.
But channeling a third level spell and the crit and the 20 and above all day, you are able to get to. You get to a point where like the magic that you're pouring into it and the extra rune work and everything, you can tell that the magic is settling in and is solidifying. Now the magic itself will assist. Okay, and I rolled max on that die. So at the end of it, kind of Fisher's done his own, been doing his own work where like he he worked the piece around into the ear point of Akira, and then basically started etching out kind of that leaf work that Akira wanted, and basically taking out the extra, chiseling out and shaping it so that it is this network of vines and leaves weaving together for that, leaving a little bit of a setting for like the front part that would be right above the ear hole, and then another setting for the base, as if he's planning on putting some sort of jewelry or something in there to help secure the resonance, the enchantment of it all. But at the end of it, he comes over and inspects your work, professional to novice, and he does not look at it like he's looking at novice work. He kind of picks it up as you kind of like you see the magic kind of, you can tell when something's magic, especially when you pick it up, and you kind of see that energy disperse as you complete this network of runes. And he picks it up, flips it around in his hand, flips it back, and he starts really looking close, kind of pulling one of his little kind of jeweler eyepieces up to his eye and looking it over very closely. And
I lean over his shoulder looking.
Oh yeah. Said you'd never really done this much before?
This would be my first time really enchanting something. But I'm a good student. I listen when people that know what they're talking about are teaching me things.
Fuck me, man. This is not entirely permanently enchanted right now. It need a bit more work on itself. How about now? If you were firing this at something that mundane arrows would bounce off of, these would not bounce off. Say you've got about 12 solid days of use for this starts to fade off. Yeah, man. Did. And for now, Eredrin, your bow, is considered magical for the sake of overcoming resistances and immunities to non-magical damage.
Nice.
For the next 12 days. So basically until sundown the 12th day.
Looks like I need to hit you up before 12 days from now to get more work on.
Well, before 12 days from now, you will want to continue the work. But like that's Soulstar 20th. So you have quite a bit of time. You can write that down if you want to. 20 Soulstar is the expiration date of the enchanting. But you have a solid 12 days of permanent enchantment on that bow. Of temporary enchantment on that bow. And yeah, that is good work. And it very much, like, he looks at it and even I could build off of this pretty easy. Try and get locked in after, of course, finish Akira's thing. Yeah, so well done all of you, I guess. Those glass arrows look sharper than shit. But think about end of day, and the neighbors get a little shitty when we work too deeply into the night. So he starts snuffing out the forge. And
well, I'll just say, if that lady tries to call the royal guard on us again, or the city guard on us again for using the forge late at night, I will personally ensure that she doesn't have to worry about that again. I'm tired of her.
Oh, don't kill people. They're just living their lives.
gonna come behind Eredrin and just start to push him out the door. Like, yes, we've heard you threaten her all before. Do you remember the time you actually stabbed her front door? Yes.
And guess what? The only person within this area that could fix her front door refuses.
I'm straight. And
you are a door fixer.
Yes, I am. Exactly.
Yeah, but Akira's definitely shoving Eredrin out the front door like, you and this lady's threats. It's almost like they're Jimmy Pesto and Bob. They just...
Indeed.
This has been going on forever.
This has been a war ever since Eredrin showed up on Fisher's door.
It's true. So, getting back to your evening, going back to the apartment, your food started. Is there anything? Are y'all doing anything special, or just kind of just regular ass kind of just meals?
Akira is going to make stir fry. Whether that is what Eredrin wants to serve Breaker or not is what Akira has a taste for, and what they're going to serve Luca and anybody else who wants some.
And Eredrin, knowing this is probably going to happen, is going to jump in and start making kind of like the other components that would add up to basically be a jambalaya, and along with that also making that recipe I talked about at the beginning of the month, mock shoe, just like working on all the things, just doing all that.
Since we have a little bit of time before that, I'm gonna have Luca go out to the marketplace and see if he can secure I don't know, an interesting cut of meat, something that maybe the group wouldn't have had the chance to have very often. Something nice to bring back that'll fit with what he knows they're planning on cooking.
I'll make a if you're gonna like tell people that's where you're going, I'll make a point to come along with you.
Hell yeah!
Like for any sense of like, I mean, my thought is if you're going like we're gonna go top shelf on things, I'm gonna help us finagle that bagel a little bit, you know. And I'm like, me and Luca can go ahead and get a pretty easily expensive cut of meat for probably pretty cheap.
Also, I should note, while I'm cooking, my Echo is cleaning the apartment from the remnants of all the falls that happened.
There was the little bit of drunkenness that happened the night before. So as part of that, Alec, kind of giving Luca the benefit of the doubt of coaching you. There's no failing this, but this is more of like coaching and helping you to try and develop your skills. Go ahead and make a persuasion check with advantage, so just to see successful you specifically might be in this venture.
Retcon just one thing. Akira would ask Luca to bring back very low fat cuts of chicken breast from the market.
Are you sure you don't want fish?
No, I want to do chicken tonight.
All right.
Luca, I'm running low on
You said persuasion, right?
Yes, persuasion, and yes, there you go, advantage. Whew, yeah. So not only the fine art of musical coaching, but also Luca providing more of that sweet talking coaching.
Nice. For sure, because like I already had that in my wheelhouse already, but like just now that I've kind of like been tagging up with Luca and like joining the order and all that kind of stuff, like just it's kind of getting to the point where I'm like, I'm starting to fine hone these kind of skills that I was already pretty decent at it before. It's getting even better.
And that is kind of the nature of that beast. Is diversification.
Well, let's make it even more interesting. We'll each go out and get the same thing because we're feeding a lot of people. We'll each go out and get the same thing and see who gets the better deal.
Ooh, I like it. I love competition, baby.
So in that case, go ahead and Luca,
who has a minimum 20 on personality.
Yeah, exactly. So there's a possibility he could fail this because that 22 be strong. But go ahead and
it does
throw your own.
me. We'll see what happens here. Ooh.
You know, sometimes you're just better. I believe
I'm stronger. I'm smarter. I'm better.
to call on Sean's earlier call, Wu-Tang Clan ain't nothing to fuck with.
Wait. When Luca brings it back to Alec to hear, so how much did you end up paying for it?
Well, I mean, I don't want to brag or nothing, but he was trying to. And I don't, what kind of cut are we going for? I mean, we're going for top shelf, but like, we're going for anything specific. Are we going for Dragon Meat? Or are we going for like?
It's chicken, but it's like really specifically good chicken.
Some very specifically good chicken.
The best of the breast.
Okay, so we're going for cockatrice. Got it. So we're gonna go out and we're gonna buy cockatrice meat. So like
basically
that's that fancy chicken. That's the extreme exotic chicken. I'm like
real quick, Kinsey, we need what Sean said on a t-shirt now. Like step.
Oh gosh. He comes up and he's like, I don't want to brag or nothing, but shelf price. He had this at 1.5 gold per pound. I was able to get it down to like, and I probably got it down to like about a silver a pound. Just like I got him down that far.
Oh man, that's incredible.
I mean, 22 is nothing to snuff at, so the 26 is very different.
I definitely tried, but I only got it to 1.2.
Oh, really?
I will make my deception check.
What's your passive insight?
What? I have the ring
advantage. Yeah, you have advantage. So what's your regular passive insight, and then add +5.
My regular passive insight is just 11, but it's gonna be if I'm adding 5, it's gonna be a 16.
Oh yeah, there's no way he can. So there's no way passively you would know. But go ahead and roll it, which means you're rolling at advantage.
Roll with advantage.
Yep. Let's see. 21.
Okay, so it's possible. It's possible.
No, it's not.
I still can't tell he's lying.
Yeah.
Like, you watch, as you say that, you watch me like twiddle the ring, like trying to practice on it, and it doesn't quite work for me. Like, I don't think I figured it out yet. So like, I may not be used to it or tuned to it quite yet. So I'm just like, well, I mean, hey, that's a pretty good deal actually.
And then Luca is going to hand him the notarized receipt showing that I got it for just under 1 silver a pound, because I want him to know that I lied. I want him to know that, like, just the whole goal is to just kind of grin, like that, like shit-eating grin, and just hand him the receipt to let him know that I lied about it.
It's the teachable moments that really count, right?
But you did amazing, just so you know. There aren't very many people who could have talked a merchant down that low, all right?
Yeah, well. And he just kind of takes the receipt, chucks it back at. He's like a smart ass.
Look, I went to a college specifically for this. Like, I went to a college specifically for this for years to learn how to do this. And you very nearly beat me. So keep that in mind. You haven't got very far to go, but I've still got a couple things I might be able to teach you.
Yeah, well, understandable.
But you did amazing. I'm so happy.
Yeah, that like, show off or smart ass or whatever is definitely like in like a lighthearted jibbing and not I'm actually pissed.
It's also a reminder that even with a ring of truth telling, people might still try to pull the wool over your eyes, but it's going to take someone exceptionally good at it to get past.
And he's like, yeah, I don't think I was able to quite do you have to like twist it a certain way, or like is there? I'm not sure. Does it just work automatically? Like what does it do? Like
It usually works automatically, and it kind of gives you a hint when someone's lying, but it still relies on your ability to sense when someone might be lying to you. So you're still kind of shaping up your intuition.
Gotcha.
So the sharper you get, and the more of the techniques that you know, the better you're going to get at using the ring.
No. Well, still going to come in handy, I guess. You know, I think it was like
definitely.
I think it worked before.
Has.
Yeah, I think like we because I used the ring last session, I think, and I can't remember exactly what the situation was, but I think it worked before. So I was like, yeah, I think I actually felt something like that. I'm not sure.
Mm-hmm. I try not to lie to my friends, or if I do, I usually do it in the way that I just did. You know, I like to make it light-hearted, fun jokes. I'd rather be truthful with my friends.
Up in Milwaukee.
Get some gap.
Gab?
He didn't. With Gift of Gab, Luca made his calling you out in front of the entire group a private moment between the two of us.
Yeah,
No,
exactly.
I'm just saying that to be a shit.
Just
Yeah.
shit. It's fine. It's
Just
fine.
being
No,
arrogant.
I try not to lie to the party.
Alas. So, back at the apartment, we're just gonna make it a fun and easy roll. A wisdom check for Kira, and a wisdom check for Erdrin. Neither of you, if I remember correctly, neither of you are.
You see it.
Neither of you are particularly adept in the ways of things, cooking. Some of you are more adept than others, it seems.
I'm using my inspiration on this.
Absolutely.
I hope you
I
are.
don't have to use my inspiration. You saw the roll,
Oh
James.
yeah, yes I did. Yes I did.
Row.
That was,
That was a hell of a recovery row.
Making your mock shoe. There's that moment where like some of the sauce, like you're not totally paying attention, and then you smell it as it starts to burn just a little bit, and you very quickly like snuff the flame underneath it, and stir very quickly, getting the bits that were about to burn off the bottom, making sure that it's right.
Jeremy, I've got you one better. I just burned my first room. So I had to restart.
Oh no.
Rough. Oh, rough.
No, it's pronounced room.
Well played. I will very calmly award you that inspiration, Tim. You deserve that. You deserve that.
I can't take it, but I would like to pay it forward towards the cooking checks.
Okay, yeah.
I already have
it forward
I still have one.
Yeah. Okay, so
food poisoning.
we'll throw that one to Akira.
Con save?
No, it's good. Getting through it, the both of you making very delicious sets of meals. The gentlemen market placers, grocers coming back and bestowing chicken and sausage and all the bits required, the fresher bits required.
I'm going full Benihana over here, RJ.
Oh goodness!
I'm going to like in a moment of realization, just turn to Akira like, oh no, what if Breaker's vegetarian?
While you are saying that, Akira is not even looking at the pan as they like toss their vegetables and doing their stir fry. Well, you can just give them what I'm making and say you did it.
Okay. Well, actually, I can just mix the meat on the side, and if they want to add it to the soup, we can do that. Because I don't want to take credit for your stir fry.
I think you're overthinking it.
No, but it is something I should consider. Yeah, I'm just gonna serve the meat on the side if they want to.
Have you seen his
add it in.
arms? He definitely eats his protein.
But he's a firbolg.
In.
Kira has never seen this side of Eredrin, and they don't know what to make of it. They are like, "Oh my, are you nervous?"
Luke is gonna lean in and just crush. I told you.
Oh no, yes, like you wouldn't even have to roll for it. Like Eredrin is like visibly like freaking out. Like
Akira's gonna lean in. Yeah, I don't act that way when I have a crush. I keep my cool.
Luca leans
I'm
in
going
and kisses
daggers.
Akira on the cheek.
Like,
Akira's gonna lose it.
actively, like, Alec is just sitting there and just.
This is the best PvP I've ever seen.
Like this, like it's just a gym look right at Akira, like, like just.
Luke is like, I never, I keep my cool all the time. Leans right in and just kisses Akira on the cheek.
Akira's gonna lose it and like super blush to the fact where that despite what they rolled for that food check, Jeremy, they're gonna kind of lose track of what they're doing.
That's what the inspiration.
You know what? You're offering your own disadvantage. Roll it again.
That's what the inspiration's for.
And then, as this happens, Alec's gonna stand up, walking behind them, and like just lightly caress the tail, just like very lightly, just like, oh, pardon me, and just kind of.
You see it. It's perfect. It's perfect too. You see it, Jeremy, and it's perfect.
I was trying to say, can I offer the help action by having my echo step in when Akira like loses track?
Oh well, but now that it's down to a 7, go ahead and use that inspiration Luca threw you to re-roll it. He was throwing it very specifically.
Can I also give bardic inspiration?
Absolutely, you can. Okay, yeah. So throw that D8 on top of it.
I'm gonna give you an
bardic inspiration.
D8 on top. Okay.
Yeah.
D8 roll.
What's going on is
that may have saved it.
What's going on is that
Sean saved it.
Sean doesn't have the add-on or the extension that ports it over to Roll20, so RJ is just reading it from D&D Beyond.
It's okay. Yeah, it went down from a natural 20, 23 down to a 7, up to an 8, and then with the D8 now is a 15. So, there's that little bit of distraction, and your food catches fire, and there's that moment where you just, oh fuck, like, and you have to kind of recover it a little bit. It's still good. It's still pretty damn good. But it's not as
little char to it. It has a little char.
It's not as like it was picture perfect before. It was people would make minor allusions to of this to show off a recipe, how it should look, then all of a sudden it's a bit charred, but it's still it gives it a different, still good flavor.
I feel like after watching it, kind of like mess with Kira or something.
Link tree for our.
Oh, gosh. I feel like after watching all this and like watching the food catch fire, like just try and get it out. I think you get a good hearty laugh out of Alec, just like watching this whole fun thing go down.
Kira is gonna try and cut their eyes at you, and then just burst into laughter. When they actually, like, when their eyes actually meet your eyes, like, they try to look mad at you, but it's just kind of like they just can't. They just burst into laughter. So they just burst into laughter, and then, like, while they're laughing, they're like, "Mug life."
So a little bit of fire like catches to the hood above the oven, and then like almost like this happens every day. Eredrin's just like, control flames. Goodbye.
A little char for color.
You help take it down.
Eredrin stopped the fire?
Eredrin did stop the fire!
Yeah.
For twice,
stop the fire this time.
Twice.
It turns out when Eredrin doesn't start the fire, he can stop it.
Exactly.
That makes sense.
Only Eredrin
can try to fight it if he didn't light it.
Fires.
Oh.
The only actions that successfully stopped have been in my oven, though.
Exactly. Only you can prevent house fires. So bringing it back to about sundown, comfortable sundown. You hear the sound of not one but two more carts come outside. The dismounting, if anybody glances down, the two men are actually instead of kind of robe kind of attire, robe for atheists, armor, and or a little bit of armor for Breaker. They look in nicer kind of actually presentable, like business attire, like suits and properly formed to them, following Atheist's lead, the both of them walk into the building. Breaker's footsteps are not particularly soft, at least not right now, and you kind of hear them coming up the stairway before approaching the door. A very polite, gentle knock comes. Though you see it actually, a kind of silvery hand appears on the inside of the door, knocks on the door. Mage hand appearing, knocking, and then disappearing.
I walk over and I open the door, obviously, like, welcome. Yeah, welcome.
And no hood at all this time, no collar, kind of a suit jacket, nice blouse, black and silver, much like the black and pale white on him. He walks in. Breaker having to duck a little bit, not as much as Slayer does, obviously. He's like a whole foot and a half shorter than Slayer, but that's still 7 foot.
Yeah, which, I mean, isn't that much really, because like one of the constituents is just 4 inches shorter than Breaker, so like the house is not meant for like little people.
Yeah, well, I mean, not like it's made for small people, but it is,
Yeah.
Not everything can be made for giants.
Oh no, yeah, I know. But yeah.
But yes. So, walking in and oh, this smells wonderful. I very much appreciate the invitation to. You made 2 dishes, 2 main wow, this is incredible. Thank you.
Yes, of course. What we will be having tonight is a beautiful stew called makshu. It is an okra and corn stew. The meat is being served on the side in case you do want the vegetarian option. Along with that, my sibling here has decided to make a very wonderful vegetable and rice stir fry, which is absolutely phenomenal, and we'll be eating in momentarily.
Oh, that's very considerate of you. Back when I did athletic competing, I used to have to eat vegetarian so that I looked more svelte. Ever since leaving that life, it has been meat and fat for me. Of it.
I didn't know, so I wanted to be more considerate, of course.
I appreciate that.
That.
And then Alec is kind of just sitting there, and he was like, and if curiosity gets the better of you, me and my associate here went out to the market, and we went and got some, the meat being provided is cockatrice.
Oh,
top shelf.
It's very fancy.
It's
and some
high quality.
Angry sausage as well.
and that.
Oh, fantastic! I love.
Yeah, we don't like to do things halfway here at Shay Eredrin, Akira Fisher, whatever you want to call it.
That's a very complicated name.
Akira's gonna walk by Nak and use their tail to like poke him in the back as like to shut up about the name.
That's indeed. I and kind of coming in, settling down, starting to stand around. Breaker looks very much like he even Slayer. Where are you? Are you sitting down, standing up?
Knowing that they've arrived, I've probably gone and sat out on the balcony.
So sitting out on the balcony yourself, Breaker has this moment where he kind of looks around, and he has this moment of kind of like realizing that he is the biggest person in this room right now, and most of the furniture and things are made for smaller folks. So he just kind of stands and very very politely just kind of makes sure not to sit and or damage anything.
Kira's gonna take Slayer a plate of stir fry out on the balcony.
Also, can I roll to see if I notice Breaker just standing politely, not wanting to hurt anything?
Sure. Throw an insight check.
That's one that I'm good at. Dirty 20.
Nice. So yeah, you notice he's a little bit nervous for that specifically. You've been a little bit you've been the tiniest bit forward with some of this, and he doesn't seem nervous to be here, just that part of it.
Having noticed that, be like, Breaker, I made this furniture myself. It can withhold anything, honestly. It can support the Slayer. Don't worry about breaking anything.
Oh, we can support the Slayer? That's very impressive. He is a very impressive specimen. And he goes and sits down slowly, and then realizing that the creaking is just kind of normal. Just all right. While that's going on, Atheist. Speaking of this name, right? So, you will have this group of you, and if you're going to travel together, I market things. It's how I pay my bills. I was thinking, is there have any names in mind as a group? Because if you're able to walk into a place and they say, oh shit, oh no, here come the shit kickers, it might be a silly name, but somebody knows your name. It's not silly, it's a brand, right?
Kira is gonna wander in as he says this and just kind of look at Luca.
Oh no, I'm looking at Luca too. Yeah,
you're the eloquent one.
With most of what we've been doing, we spend more time ducking and dodging than anything.
Are we the Dodgers?
If we were to be, we'd be the Artful Dodgers.
That is clever.
All I still say, we're just passing through.
Yeah, I mean, I like that a lot.
He takes a second and that too is very clever.
It's what we tell everyone anyway.
And he looks out towards Slayer. You're a clever man.
Yeah, I get that a lot, actually.
He actually does. Like, that's not a joke. He really does.
I believe
He's
it.
quite wise.
Believe it. I've known many a Goliath to be very, very impressively minded, one way or another, at very least.
You know, I found that Goliaths are quite interesting in I've had nothing but positive experiences with them. They're quite nice.
They tend to.
We are great.
Luca's going to look at Akira and just, are they? Can't say I've had that many, close experiences with Goliaths.
Well, there's my sensei, and then there's Slayer, and then those two are great. They're awesome.
Came across a herd down in Taldore that they were helping rebuild Westron the last time I went through there. They were quite handy, quite kind.
They're pretty awesome.
I've always found them interesting. In fact, I happened to learn Giant as a language, and I taught it to my sibling here.
Oh, really?
Yeah, it's one of my many little talents back there.
Oh, phenomenal! And he switches into Giant, and you hear very, very clearly, very unpretentiously, "Oh, it's good to be casual around some people."
Back in Giant. Go ahead.
Akira, recognizing what this actually is, tries to pretend they don't hear the Fearball talking in Giant, so it's all Eredrin's conversation. Knowing that this is kind of like the Fearball, like this is Breaker trying to like flirt back with Eredrin a little bit. Akira's trying to be like, don't hear it, I don't hear it, nah, yeah.
Right.
Luca is gonna absolutely pretend that he doesn't understand what he's hearing either.
Yeah,
and it's really easy for him too because he doesn't understand what he's hearing anyway.
It's gonna call back in and be like, yeah, sometimes the kids just be off guard when they do that in Giant.
Oh yeah, I mean he knows there's at least one other or he's pretty certain there's at least one other person that knows Giant in the room, but
I'm gonna say just outright in Giant, like, well, yes, it is good to be casual, especially among people you admire.
In Zemnian, I will just straight up say fucking show off.
You say that, and Atheist kind of they all.
Right.
Akira's just gonna throw their hands up and leave the room like, oh my god.
Luca's gonna look around and just, Albuquerque, see, I can do it too.
And just replying back to Luca in Draconic, like, you're supposed to take a left turn there.
In Draconic, I'll also say, how's that fourth wall?
Celestial, I'll say it now.
The fourth wall is broken.
Everything, it's shattered. Everything.
Luca doesn't know a language that no one knows, so he just was spouting. He was just said a word in gibberish.
Exactly.
Gibberish. See, I can do it too.
Like the Kool-Aid man shows up and it's trying to break through the wall, but it's just gone already. He's like, where? I don't. Okay.
Oh yeah. falls off the balcony. No. So. Oh.
Crushes one of the parts. So.
Right. Yeah. It's gone.
It's Kool-Aid everywhere.
Indeed. So.
But,
Kool-Aid everywhere.
Would anyone like anything to drink? We have a fully stocked bar if anyone wants it. We also have teas, waters, other juices, anything that you would like.
Getting into some of that pleasantry. If there's anything in particular else wanted to be talked about, there was there kind of continues to be this kind of like, basically he's trying to steer it in a like brand discussion kind of way, just being like, hey, y'all did me a favor earlier, and like I didn't really do you a favor back, so like here's me actually trying to repay the favor you did before. Also with this wonderful dinner. He's kind of trying to lay on at least that much of a kind of returning of favor.
He does not like losing the fairy war, does he?
Wait, the fairy war? My brain is...
the keeping track of favors.
The favor. Okay. Yeah. That makes way more
They
sense.
are very, very good at keeping track of what you and they have done.
Indeed.
The favor war, not the fairy war. Not the
Favor war.
but the favor
It's
war.
a favor war.
Fairy war.
Not to be confused with the flavor war either.
The flavor war
Also
going on
happening,
in
too,
the
just to be
kitchen.
clear.
That's already going on in the kitchen.
Yeah, I started to say the flavor war already happened.
Yeah, the flavor war happened between the Moxu and the burnt stir fry. The flavor war occurred already.
It's not burnt.
I'll say stir fry, heavy on the fry, not quite burnt,
It has a little char taste to it. It's a little
fine.
smoky.
It's okay. Yeah. It's
Are
just
you
a little
telling me
smoky.
that you don't like a little char taste on chicken?
Oh, I love
It's
a little
so
char
good.
taste on my chicken.
So good.
Exactly.
Oh man. All right, so this is just going to become a cooking show now. We're no longer a band.
We're already called Dice Soup. You know, we're making food.
Exactly. Oh, any other kind of discussions to be had? Breaker is go ahead and actually with advantage, Ro. Go ahead and throw your own persuasion.
I don't know about conversation.
Persuasion or performance, your choice, Ro.
Slayer is intentionally out on the balcony, keeping an eye out for
It'd be an 18.
things. Is there a cart parked on the street?
Both carts are parked on the street, and keeping an eye down there, you see Hubert, Lewis, and Donatello out and in their disguises from earlier, are out, and they are they're actually kind of brushing the horses and taking care of them.
And when Akira brings Slayer his plate of stir fry, Akira will actually sit on the balcony with Slayer and look out. But in that kind of respecting his silence, so not talking, just handing Slayer the plate and then sitting next to them and waiting for Slayer to say if they're going to say something. If not, Akira's just going to sit there and try and catch what you're looking at, so they can be like, I'm looking at that too.
Right. Slayer definitely obviously thank Akira for the food, and then he's literally just just watching the three beings down there, just watching them.
And Akira's mimicking it.
Yeah.
Once they find your eye line, they're gonna look directly down at them too,
Yep.
Kind of like the Into the Spider-Verse, like the Spider-Man and then Miles Morales kind of thing.
Exactly.
Yep.
Yep. Exactly. Like super sidekick vibes.
It is Slayer and the monks.
For so Slayer's kind of posture up there is he's relaxed, but he also his muscles look tense, he's ready to spring up at any moment.
Akira is trying their best to mock that, but they don't really know what you're tensed up at, so they're just they're just looking very intensely down at the three at the cart, if he jumps, I jump. That's how this is going.
That's it, yeah. He's even eating his food like that. He's eating his food in a careful way, just staring down at the road. It's
The spoon looks like it might be gripped to kill a man at any point.
Yeah, yeah.
But he's just reverse gripping the spoon, just coming out this end. Just...
No. It's because you can still scoop out somebody's eyes if you got your other hand to...
It's true.
You can't scoop out an eye with a spoon. This is very true.
Wow. Indeed.
We went there.
Yeah.
But as the niceties and the niceties and kindness are extended and continued, Breaker does seem receptive to some of the advances of Eredrin, kind of making sure to like scoot over, make room for him on the couch, and definitely bantering back and forth. He's not a fantastic conversationalist, to say the least. He's not he's not the face of the party of Theus and Breaker, but he's obviously having fun. He uses some big words sometimes that like he totally comprehends what they mean, but he uses them in almost an unnecessary way to almost try and make himself sound smarter. But he's still having fun. He's still into it. But yeah, Atheus is very much trying to talk turkey and all of that, and eventually kind of gets around to a point where he kind of quiets down, and then kind of just sighs for a second and, all right, now feel like I should, and he looks out towards the balcony, like I need to talk about the T-Rex in the room.
I think Demorin said we saw nothing.
Oh yes, no, we were out in public when that was said, and I deeply appreciate that candor. But saying you see nothing and actually seeing nothing are very different things, as we all know.
Perhaps.
There's no interrogation here. There's no threats here. This is actually very much the opposite.
Atheists haven't pressed you for this.
No, you haven't, but
And I didn't intend to. If you want to explain it, you may.
Your friend out there is very cautious around me.
Yes.
And I can see, as a worshipper of Horde, people such as my associates might be somewhat offensive. And I do not wish to be offensive. He says that a bit louder towards the balcony.
I don't know that explaining it is going to make Demorin feel better per se, but if you'd like to talk, I'll listen.
I'm obviously listening as well.
I'm completely entrenched in conversation with Breaker. Just like
absolutely. Absolutely. Well, the gentlemen down below were associates of mine. It's upon a very long time ago. Number of decades. All of us were learning amounts of magic together, rituals, wizardry, that kind of thing. And we went out, go and seek adventure. One of the reasons that I know a good group when I see it. The others were not as experienced in adventuring as I was, but they were eager and they were fresh into magic and they were good to go, right? They were insistent. And well, you can tell where they ended up. Or how they ended up, rather. And I came better at magic, stronger. I went and revisited the graves that I dug for my old friends, and I did not have families that buried them. I did it.
My ears perk up at this point.
I had paid for it. I had arranged for it. I wanted to give them rest. Then I thought about how unfair it was. They were robbed of their existence, robbed of their experiences. I wished very hard for some way to make it up for them. And, I apparently wished a little too hard, and they sprouted out of the ground, very much like daisies. I nearly obliterated Donatello immediately. Then I heard him shout out to me. I believe the exact phrase was "What the fuck, man?"
Real quick, I'd like to make an insight check on the "I just wished too hard" apparently part.
Yeah, sure. Go ahead.
Yeah, because I'm pretty sure that's not how that works.
There's a definite amount of like he believes what he said.
He might have just yada yada'd a little.
Maybe perhaps. Yeah, he might not have told you exact precise details, but
I could see how someone could rationalize it as "I wished too hard." That doesn't necessarily mean that that's how it happened, but that's how he feels about it. So okay, yeah. I gotcha.
And
okay.
And you know,
Fact.
I had literally just burned a hole through his chest and ready to burn another, and I realized that they were sentient. They were alive, for better or for worse.
In a fashion.
After a fashion. I felt very weak after that. It was the better part of a week before I regained my full strength. But they were alive. What's that?
Oh no, that was above table. No,
oh, that's fine.
Just me talking.
But I still very occasionally have to exert an amount of will to continue their conscious existence. After the better part of a week, they become a little bit more to their baser natures as creatures that are not fully alive. They are fully conscious. They are my friends. They remembered things. They retain memories now.
Wait. Well, the last bit. You mean they still, after about a week, they want to eat people? Right,
We We don't hear that part. We're on the balcony.
No.
Oh no, you hear it. It's loud enough. Yeah, it's loud enough.
Okay.
Yeah,
Okay.
It's loud enough. It's loud enough that with Slayer definitely paying attention.
Leaned around the corner. I don't know if you saw that bit, but
Yeah.
All good. My fault. Sorry.
You're okay. You're okay. It is.
Yeah, I don't know that the music is accurate there.
So I said,
is-
sometimes they turn back to their base of nature. Accordion, polkas menacingly.
Listen, it's like that. It's that level in Spider-Man 2 when you're delivering pizzas. You know, it's just
Right.
I'm sorry, Teddy. I was waiting for it because I knew that song was playing, and we suddenly jumped to a serious topic, and I was like, "Oh, it's gonna polka."
It's okay.
It's just a list, man.
It's beautiful. It's fine. You're wonderful. Don't worry.
Thank you,
You're wonderful.
Daddy.
Wonderful. You never change.
Because
Yes,
you're
they-
going polka, everyone knows it. Can see, yeah.
They're able to. I have to exert a significant amount of my ability to be able to exert that control over them. And with my continued persistence, they continue to have their right minds.
Right, so like something happens to you in some horrible accident, and then like a week from then, they go start eating people.
Well, that would be a worst case scenario.
Right, yeah, I mean,
But they too are aware of.
Go.
They too are aware of what they are. And they too have a conscience, rather. They have made a pact with each other to attempt to destroy each other. One of them would definitely have to remain. Is
that why they
have
were
tried.
fighting amongst themselves the other day?
Oh no, not at all. No, I keep a very stringent schedule on their control.
I'm not even going to roll an insight. I actually believe that. I do believe that.
Yeah. They as conscious beings will fight with each other as people are wont to do. But yes, there is risk involved in their persistent existence. Not the least of which being a significant amount of my very most powerful magics being devoted directly into their control.
You're gonna see Akira kind of like cower slightly behind Slayer as they realize that you're telling them like pretty much at any given moment these things could lose control despite your best intentions. That's not a comforting thought.
I mean, that's not quite the case.
You could draw what conclusions you want.
Right, yeah. I mean, that just sounds
Risky.
yeah.
This.
So you're saying you just wish for your friends back, and now they're back, and now you just have to keep controlling them so that they don't eat other people. It's a very strange story, friend.
No, it's not about controlling them per se. It is just removing that undead urge, the urge of undeath to consume life. Which
It's much better when you phrase it that way.
Yes. Yes, they are at the end of the day what they are. Maybe I am playing with a very dangerous game, but
Well,
You got your
I mean,
friends.
have they ever? I mean, have you tried like feeding them animal bits? Like,
yes, no, they will. They can consume like food and things, and one time that I learned that they could lose that control would be lost on them.
excellent.
They did harm me quite significantly. It is actually one of the reasons that I hired Breaker to have my back.
And then you got your friends back. That sounds like, I wouldn't phrase that as a burden. That sounds like a positive, if anything.
But how did they die again?
We had gone into battle. We had gone into adventure, and had done a few jobs here and there. We're quite confident in ourselves, and we got in over our heads. Actually, we had gone down to Ivory Coast, south of Guardin, to the ocean. There were talks of a hag out in the ocean.
I'm gonna wince a little bit at the word hag.
I can tell you from experience, friend, that that's a poor decision.
I can tell you it's good to find their names.
We had thankfully. Sorry, what was that?
I said, Gregor, that is a good bit of advice. If you can get their name, it's much easier to deal with the hag.
But, this hag was not to be trifled with. We had equipped ourselves with armor that would help us swim. We would not be encumbered by the ocean. Turns out when someone kills you while you're in that armor, you float directly to the surface. It made it very easy to recover them, and I was able to escape.
Right, so they died fighting some evil hag in what you might call a glorious, righteous death, and then you wished real hard for them to come back. I mean, it sounds like you robbed them of a pretty good afterlife.
Out of character and completely above board. Ouch.
Make a persuade. I can see where you're at. Jeremy can see where you're at. Make a persuasion check with advantage. You are hitting him. You're hitting him in a spot right now.
Yeah, you just said that to a zealot of Cord.
And I don't even know if that was like intentional. Honestly, I think that was just.
No, it really wasn't. It
wasn't. It wasn't.
It's like, yeah, him being curious. Like, yeah, well.
No, man, he just told that to a zealot of Cord.
I think all of that was very much in character. So.
Exactly. I want to give you
additional dice, so it's rolling really slow, and it's
okay. 18 solid, man. Okay, so there's that moment. And he stops, and you're actually looking around the corner now, right?
Yeah. I'm like looking dead.
And he looks at you, and like looks at you, and then kind of like down past you, but still in your direction, and then kind of smiles and leave that. Suppose I may have.
I mean, have you ever asked him? Like, maybe, like, what? I mean, how long has it been?
In the better part of 10 years.
I don't know if my mic picked that up, but I totally just kind of like blew out, like, you know, like.
Oh.
Yeah.
I don't think I've ever asked. I mean, they've always expressed want, a joyfulness to continue. I don't think I've ever actually asked them if they wanted to.
Is there any chance that Luca's understanding of compulsion and charming style magic, is there any chance that there might be a skill or something that I can roll that would give me an insight into whether or not the magic that he's using to sustain them might also be charming them into that disposition to him?
That would be an Arcana check, and you can go ahead and use that that Charisma Arcana that you were using before.
Okay.
Let's use to craft.
See if I can roll decent. I've been doing okay all day.
You really have.
It's not terrible, but it's not
the
great.
The dice have been on point for us today. You would, and there's an amount of just natural insight to take into account too, where like you would know that like there's a definite grab, because third level spells, like third level hits the beginning of animating undead.
Yeah.
And that does that brushes up enough with it where there's an amount of control there, and the way he's talking about it, he may not have or actually thought about that.
You said that if you don't exert control over them regularly, that they revert to a baser nature. Have you ever considered that perhaps that control might have an influence on their disposition?
Yeah, I mean, I was just going to basically ask that. I mean, don't you think that, like, all that magic, like, compels them to be like yes men, essentially? Like, I mean...
Very well put, Slayer. I'm not trying to lecture you on morals, I'm just...
Oh, I mean, I am.
Yep.
Yes, bringing people back to life is wrong. I mean, especially if you potentially have robbed them of a beautiful afterlife.
Perhaps maybe sometime in private, you should ask them beyond the pretense of a compulsion. See how they feel.
Or if you feel that you are unable to ask them anything without compulsion, that you could allow me to try to probe one of their minds, fish around for some information.
Oh, nice. Yeah, Erigen's very good at that. I know they must be a tremendous help, but they were your friends.
Yeah,
As
I
much
mean,
as
it is more about the friendship than anything, really. I've really wanted to give them life. I wanted to give them, they still eat, they still drink. Not that they require it, but they enjoy it. They talk.
I hate to ask out of, I don't want to sound rude when I say this, but have you considered that?
Can you stage whisper a little bit, boss?
Yeah, if you truly want to, I don't mean to sound rude, but if you truly want to show your friendship and your love towards them, would it not be to do what they wish, whether it be allow them back to their afterlife or to stay with you? Wouldn't you want to know that information to make that decision?
And on that, they also might not, come out. Sorry, did you have more?
No.
Okay. They might not want to outright come out and say they'd rather be dead than traveling with their friend. You know, I mean, it sounds kind of harsh. Would you say that, especially when said friend allegedly went through great hardship to bring you back to life? Would you? I mean, there's like, you'd feel a little indebted and gratitude for that person. But I mean, I don't know.
Because how long were they dead before you brought them back?
I mean, you did say some time had passed.
And it had been 2 decades prior.
I mean, that's a long time in the afterlife, mate. I mean, are you sure they were good people? I mean, I suppose we did ask about the character of you folk when you were alive. I mean, did they have beliefs that they followed and were good people, or were they maybe shitbags and went to the hells? I mean, I'd want to escape the hells too.
There's an amount of shitbaggery that that still qualifies one for an existence outside of the hells, the afterlife.
Agreed. Yeah. I'm just
T-shirt, an amount of shitbaggery.
I'm glad I was on mute for that because my initial response was loud. So
I've heard shitbag, yeah.
I heard shitbaggery.
There's an amount of shitbaggery. That's a T-shirt.
There's an amount of shitbaggery that you can execute and not go to the hells, but I don't suppose that ever actually occurred to me.
Yeah, I mean, these are things to think about again when you're bringing people back to life from the dead unnaturally.
If nothing else, knowing what they want would bring you closure. And if you want, I can ask, and I can probe around for you.
Or it's a very personal, intimate matter. I mean, you could definitely ask them yourself in the private of your own residence. Away.
But if you don't feel you can do that without compulsion, wouldn't you want to know their honest answer and not what they feel charmed or compelled to tell you?
While they're having this conversation,
yeah.
Akira is going to just slide a plate of stir fry in front of Luca, and then slide another one in front of Alec, and then walk to the far corner of the room.
Thank you.
Oh, I don't know if the magic is compelling them. I'm not sure. Master Eredrin, Master Kira, would you mind? And there's that moment where he says, if you mind, Master Doomerin, would it be okay to call one of my associates up?
Well, I mean, if I'm being perfectly honest, I prefer if you just called them all up, because I'd really hate to have to split my attention.
I know Sean isn't at keyboard right now, but I know I would definitely message Akira. Oh, if you are. Anyways, I would message Akira and say, and like telepathically say, it's fine by me, but it's also your house.
Akira, the question being posed is, would you mind if the zombie men came into the home?
Yeah, I was just unmuting while contemplating. Akira is going to look at Eredrin, look at Slayer, look at Eredrin, look at Slayer, look at Atheist, look at Eredrin, look at Slayer, look at Atheist, look at Luca, look at Alec, and just kind of look like make eye contact with everyone in the room and just kind of go, okay, that's fine.
And I'm going to just give a quick apology, like I'm sorry you had to put up with this, like telepathically, Vincent.
It's okay. We knew one day we'd have dead things in here. We just figured we would be the ones killing them, but it's fine.
Of course. Yes, if Mr. Atheist, if you'd be so kind as to summon them up, we would love to be able to speak with them.
Oh, you'll see Akira collect their plushies, knickknacks, and curios and take them into their room.
Just start taking them. I'm
gonna have my Echo start getting 3 plates and 3 glasses, and start fixing up some things.
And Atheist,
the doorway to the balcony.
Atheist actually walks toward the balcony and gestures past Slayer. Yeah.
Let him pass.
And as he walks out, he kind of slides off his jacket, and you can see the shirt underneath. The shirt underneath has it's nice. It goes kind of to the shoulders and has sleeves, but the back of it has this odd kind of carving out of space on the back of it. And as he walks forward, sliding off the jacket, he kind of flexes his arms back, and a white wing and a black wing opposite, white body, black wing, black body, white wing, floral, like kind of appear and morph off of his back and expand out these draconic wings. He flies himself off the balcony, kind of gently gliding himself down next to the carts, and settles in, settles on the ground for a second, has a little bit of soft conversation rather than shouting out to them from above. The three of the lads start walking into the building, and he, exerting his wings again, starts flying up, and just lands back over the side of the balcony, and kind of shrugs, and his wings kind of fold, like curl in, like they're going into repose, and then continue to curl in and back into his form on his back, and kind of picks back up the jacket and lays it back on. Thank you, sir. And a few moments later, Hubert, Donald, and Lewis get to the front door, and like almost in just perfect succession, on the front door, each of them.
I open the door and I start handing each of them a plate and with food on it, and handing them glasses.
Being very good hosts that you are, they start to walk in, and then food's offered. Oh, thank you, and just each of them kind of going through it, and they walk in, and one of them kind of sniffs the beverage and drinks a little bit, and kind of that, like pleasant. This is living food. This is nice. Other one is just kind of going, like immediately kind of like sets down the glass and holding the plate, is just going at it, and the other one is just kind of looking around, just kind of taking in everything.
Welcome in. Have a seat.
Oh, seats are a rarity now with the number of people up here.
My Echo runs to Eric's room and starts dragging cushions back in here, like to set on the floor.
And they start to settle in, and well, if you who would like to probe one of them, independent of me. I think I could probe them, but I think they would only... I think they might only tell me what I want to hear.
Oops. But to ensure this, could you direct... well, first of all, which one would you like me to probe? Or then I turn to them. Does anyone have a volunteer?
Boys, he wants to probe your minds to see if you... Well, he's gonna ask you a question. And, the one just kind of sitting there, he sits down, is looking around, set down the glass and just kind of finally slowly start eating it. I guess you could me, and then Lewis, go ahead and.
Lewis, I'm going to be trying to enter into your mind and reading your thoughts. Please don't fight against it, as I have very limited use of this capability of mine's. Please allow me in when I go in. And I stand up and I let him take my seat for the moment.
All right, yeah, I guess I can. He sits down and
Now it's going to feel like an odd itching in the inside of your head. That is normal. Just trust me and allow me in, okay? And with that, I cast Detect Thoughts.
All right. As you start to probe in, what are you questioning? What do you? I guess you can actually say it in his mind too.
Before I question him, I just want to see what his
Okay, so that's right. You get surface thoughts first. So in casting it and focus and beginning to focus on him, there's that the very surface thoughts of
flesh now. I want to devour.
No, fair. No, he's kind of like looking around still at everyone and like, oh, Brett, you're dressed up real nice for this. Oh, and like, oh, that guy's really like, that guy's bigger than Breaker. Wow, he must be very impressive in a fight. God, I'd love to see them wrestle one day. And like you kind of finishing casting the spell, and he doesn't see anything, and there's that little bit of a thought of like, is he gonna cast a spell or what? Like,
and then I'm going to ask, in full honesty, do you enjoy serving atheists, or would you prefer to go back to your afterlife? Don't consider what he would want you to say. Consider what you truly feel.
Go ahead and throw down insight with advantage, because you are literally in this guy's mind and listening to what he was told. Does not try to resist your probe.
18.
Hella. So as you probe in and are sifting through the mind, you do start to it's odd, because you're kind of you ask if he wants to, and there is the part of it that does have like this rosy kind of complexion over it all, the to go kind of goofy self to him, happy to be alive. You also, like, in your searching, you kind of it's odd to describe, like, the 4, 5, 6 dimensions that is probing through a mind.
Yeah.
Yes.
But you kind of catch this shaded part. this area of the mind that is blocked. It is actively being blocked. You approach it, and in approaching it, you can tell that there is this kind of silvery mesh of almost electricity or threads of silver coursing with energy, but it is this kind of net that's of bordering this area. And looking past it, you see depraved thought. You see that, as atheists called it, baser urges. And significant portion of the mind, as you're probing through it and thinking through it, is this kind of protected area, this bubble of safety that is keeping the mind of Lewis there, and keeping it very much in the pilot seat, the control. But you do see that it's not that it's hollow, it's that it's basically the only reason it's there is this safety net. And you can tell that within the inside, the lighter side, the unshadowed side of the safety net, he is quite content. He's quite happy, glad to be alive, glad to do work, glad to be to basically have this second chance at life, and is very, very eager. You can kind of tell with that insight that there's an amount of it that is it's almost a like the lit area is almost a shadow of this person is or was. Might not actually be them. It's just
Can I continue to look around to see if there are just any memories of afterlife times and things?
I'll give you this right away. There's not. There's a cessation, kind of running off of that 18, and you basically having free reign in here for a minute. You're around. You actually flash back, kind of flipping through these memories, and you're able to find this underwater battle, this man's being basically choked out by some very aggressive seaweed, and then blackness, and then suddenly look of somebody emerging from the ground, digging their way out of the ground, seeing. And you actually see his perspective from emerging out of the ground, of Atheist blasting a hole directly through the chest of one of their compatriots, and calling out, "What the fuck, Atheist?"
So can I roll something to see if this is just Atheist projecting Lewis's personality onto Lewis?
So I'll give this to you again, both riding off the 18 and just kind of your comprehension. Actually, you know what? I'll have you do a religion check. Religion check.
Uh-oh.
Oh.
Okay, not that bad. 16.
Oh, that's real good. No, you're fine.
You've got a +3.
Yeah, exactly. Like you got the
I thought it was wisdom based. I didn't realize it was intelligence based. I was like,
no, it's smarty, baby. No, you
got the smarticles.
Yeah, kind of pondering it. You do recognize that there's a difference between the raw knowledge of a body and a soul actively contributing to it. There's a weird noise coming, and I don't know where it's coming from because it's not flashing on its head.
Bearded.
What's the noise?
I actually can't tell what it is.
I couldn't tell what it was either. It was literally.
It a buzzing?
It wasn't buzzing. It wasn't the normal hot mic. It wasn't
sparks.
It
I don't
sounded
know.
like it's flashing to me.
Is it still coming through?
It
anymore.
sounded like a radio signal, like you were picking.
Oh yeah.
a
Radio static.
channel. Like
I mean, I have my phone here with Twitch going, but I don't have anything else.
So weird.
I'm gonna go
it's
ahead
fine.
and mute myself then, just in case.
It cut back out, so like we're fine. I don't know what it was. I just knew there was weird sound. So moving on to it. You get that like people argue about that all the time. The idea of a soul versus or the soul knowing things versus people are just active meat sacks, right? And you can kind of tell in this dive in trying to kind of evaluate things. This creature has the physical memories of Mr. Lewis.
So almost like the
it's
soul
not.
has
Yeah, the soul itself is not doesn't seem to be here.
Okay.
But the physical memories that this body went through both before death and since is retaining. Is the mind is active, but it is not.
So
actually,
it's a copy, essentially.
It is a facsimile. Facsimile is the word.
Yeah.
Justice.
I'm just as a little bit more. Last thing I want to do, and then I'll come up and like what everyone can see. Like I'm mentally visualing this, but like my eyes are kind of glowing a little bit, and I'm like leaned back against the coffee table, basically. But the last thing I kind of want to go into is, was there like a name or a symbol associated with their adventuring group?
Looking in, going back further, you probe in, and you see the lot of them suiting up, and give me a second. This there it is. So you can tell that they the armor that they put on like as you're flipping back, the armor that they put on, and you see it from Lewis's eyes, each of them had on a set of leathers of nice studded leather armor that had a unicorn head, kind of this profile unicorn etched into it, very like the leathers were kind of like browned. The logo itself very bright white, pure, kind of etched into it. And yeah, that's.
And did I see what the lettering was, or was it just the unicorn?
Oh no, there was no. Sorry, no lettering.
Okay.
lettering, but just this beautiful, well detailed unicorn head. You can see like the lines of the horse face and kind of some of the neck muscle.
Yeah, of course. And with that, I'm going to kind of come out of it. My head's going to toss back just slightly, and I'm going to sit forward and just kind of look at him.
I think your microphone might be a little bit too close to your speaker's row.
No, I apologize. That was interference elsewhere. It's done now.
Okay, cool.
I'm just going to kind of sit up a little bit and then look at Atheist, look at Lewis and the other two, and then look back at Atheist yet again, and I'm going to turn to Atheist and I'm going to say, do you believe in souls, Atheist?
Can't say I did before all of this, but I mean, not as far as the importance of them.
As far as I could tell, the soul of Lewis and Donatella and Hubert were disconnected from the body and are still disconnected from the body. Their souls, their spirit, everything.
Hey, that's really rude.
Everything that made them what they were when you were alive. Or when they were alive, has been able to stay at its afterlife. And yet you still get to keep your friends.
Don't talk about me like I'm not here, man.
Is it Lewis that's saying that?
Yeah.
I'm gonna turn back to Lewis, just put a little hand on his knee, and I'm gonna say, you're absolutely lovely. I'm just saying, I hate to break this to you, but you're pregnant. But your soul has been departed your body to stay with the afterlife.
What you're saying is there's sort of some sort of like magical facsimile of their souls?
Basically. I can tell that he does enjoy being alive again. I can tell that...
Sorry, he does or he doesn't?
He does.
He does. Okay.
He likes working with you. But I can also tell that you have to keep a tight cage.
He tries to interrupt you again, Lewis does, and then Atheist says, Lewis, shut up. And just snaps his finger, and Lewis, like, mid-sentence, like, ah.
Yeah, he's no more sentient than those brain creatures we were talking about earlier.
Unfortunately.
Well, now I feel like you sorry, continue.
No, go ahead.
I was just gonna say, now I feel like you should maybe go the extra mile of like trying to contact their souls and maybe see if they're okay with you using their bodies like this.
You can tell, like, Atheist, after like telling Lewis to shut up, is just like, he just kind of like offhandedly said it, and it's just like he's being exposed to a whole new world, if you will, and is very much like.
Well, like I said, I am calling your morals into question on this, because if you really did value these guys as friends, like you said, I mean, you should maybe care what they think about what you do with their bodies.
Didn't give that any thought at all.
Sarah is just going to be like in a far off corner away from all of this, just shaking their head like,
Look, I mean, you know, I agree there is a certain amount of shitbaggery. There's one into the afterlife. I mean, this is maybe one of those questionable things. I don't agree with the Empire on a lot of things, but the policy about necromancy is pretty sound, I'd say, for pretty well established reasons. This is probably one of them. Like,
yeah, that crow knee magic is bad.
I'm not going to go that far, but as far as I could tell, they do enjoy being with you again, legitimately. But there is, unfortunately, with their rebirth, a bit of a shadow that
yeah,
their minds.
instinct. Yeah.
But you do have a beautifully held, almost cage around it, and I think it's up for you and for them to decide. But as far as I can tell, they do enjoy being back with their friend again. At least their physical bodies do.
Never once thought to ask.
And what was the unicorn head about?
He that snaps him immediately out of his revelry for a moment, or his reverie for a moment. That was a place. If you recall, talking about Western, a place there known as Gilmore's Glorious Goods. Franchise out of Vermont. They sold us the armor. Sorry. Sold us the armor.
Is that coughing character?
Hydration check. Yes, the I was calling for it. At least my voice was. We purchased them from him. I was able to talk a bit of a discount out of him, but we had to display his symbol on our persons.
Of course.
Pretty fetching, don't you think?
Oh, I thought it was beautiful that it worked. But you might want to consider, as Dooman said, you might want to consider their souls and seeing if their souls are okay with their bodies or are in agreement with their physical feelings.
Yeah, I mean, if you can, I mean, that might be. I mean, I don't know a lot about magic, but I know a little bit. I know you could do it. It might be difficult. So, I mean, if it's not maybe worth it to you, maybe just stop using their bodies, because it's probably wrong.
I would say they do enjoy working for you and they do enjoy being back. But maybe consider it less like a forever servant to you and more like a friend who's come to help you out.
That was what I thought I was doing.
Oh,
Yeah, I mean, you literally just told that guy to shut up, and he did because of the magic, you know? Like, I'm sure he maybe, if he was really alive, he might have, like, put up actual resistance to you telling him to shut up. Because I know if any one of these guys told me to shut up, I'd probably punch him.
That I do believe.
At least in the same manner that you did. I mean, if it was a joke, obviously, but like, he legit was just like, shut up. And he, you know, kind of rude.
I would say the best advice I could give is, within reason, of course, consider what their physical bodies would want to do. Consider whether they want to have a beach day, maybe, or something. Well, maybe not the ocean. Yeah, never mind the ocean.
Or stop using the bodies.
Slayer.
Doomerin, go ahead and again with advantage, throw down that persuasion.
Sure.
Is there anything I can do to try to counteract this?
Okay. Are you holding on to any rerolls?
I know I am inspiration free at the moment.
Okay, just double checking.
Well, as our production manager has informed us, there are still player buffs that are apparently available for grabs.
There are still player buffs. New buffs. New buffs. Well, new buffs. Who dis? Like,
sure, I'll take that +5. Fuck it. Make it.
Oh yeah.
Is there anything I can do to counteract this?
You can throw down your own persuasion roll.
Okay. Cool.
DC 19.
Cool. I'm bad at persuasion. Let's go big. Nope.
Okay.
Wait.
So.
I haven't used my Feylock today. I need that 4, baby.
Dude.
Need that 4. Where's my E4? Damn.
Okay.
Nope.
Stronger argument being posed as you're talking about. Well, maybe not each day, and then he's kind of paying attention to you, and then Doomerin just kind of, or you can just not, and Atheist just he kind of stares for a moment, and you can tell that basically there's nothing else going into his mind right now. He is in another place for a moment, and his eyes start to well up a bit, and he just,
maybe not totally reading that he's not entirely listening. Slayer probably would still say, like, I mean, like he said, the souls are gone. They're not really your friends anymore anyway.
and you can tell as you're continuing to talk, that is all he is hearing, what you're saying. And
kind of seceding the point, kind of seeing that Atheist is definitely leaning towards that. I'm going to take my jacket off and I'm going to say, considering the countless ways you can on that.
I know you're trying to do your soft voice, like your normal soft voice. Can you project it a little bit more for me?
Yes. Sorry. Consider the other ways you can honor them. Airton's going to take his jacket off at this point and say, there's 17 names here that I honor. There are countless ways to honor them beyond holding their physical body here.
He kind of like just kind of sees that, and you can tell that he doesn't comprehend the gith of it all currently, but he kind of looks and nods and Honey Hubert, please return your food to the kitchen. Step out on the balcony, please. And those two stand up off the floor and go put the things down, and they walk towards where Slayer is, and excuse me, and the other one all excuse me.
Slayer just kind of like backs up and like keeps his back to like the railing of the balcony, essentially, while so it's trying real hard to like lean in and listen to what's going on inside, but like also trying to keep all of them in his like just line of sight?
Master Slayer, if you would be so kind as to hold your breath. And you see him extend a finger towards the two on the balcony, and then puts up a second finger, and green energy starts to channel up the one finger and then up the other, and these two rays of energy shoot from his fingers, slam into their backs, and they just start to sizzle away into dust.
Oh, okay.
He twin casts Disintegrate into their backs.
Alec is gonna just push his food away.
And they start to Slayer starting to kind of waft the air a little bit. They start to the dust kind of the dust kind of floating.
Thanos them.
Yeah.
Kira is going to grab their broom and dustpan and begin to sweep up the disintegrating
I'll actually
remains.
put out my hand to stop Akira from doing that. Like, just like give you like a look that says like, wait a second.
Wait a moment, please, Mr. Akira. And walking towards Lewis, he kind of puts his hand on Lewis's cheek, and it goes through the guy's self that is keeping him looking more alive. And please. He stands up, and you can see he winces as just like, oh yeah, like I really do have that kind of precise control, don't I? And he kind of walks and just kind of walks with him, guiding him by the side of his face and out to the out to the balcony beside you. It wasn't fair. Sorry.
That was a big thing you just did.
Yeah, no, he just still kind of looking to Lewis, and it wasn't fair. Sorry. You deserved better than what you got.
Akira's gonna grab a vase out of the cabinet. One of the vases that has probably been in our family for God knows how long, and that is where they were actually going to like put the remains and then hand them.
Don't worry. There's one more. Don't worry. There's one more about to happen. He.
Oh gosh.
Just looking Lewis in the eyes, he just says, "Look at the moon, Lewis." And Lewis turns around, and he just puts his hand on his shoulder and disintegrates Lewis as well.
Yeesh.
You mice and mend him?
Mm-hmm.
Look at the flowers. Look at the flowers.
At this point, Airdrin has turned this conversation back to
M-O-O-N,
George, look at the rabbits, George. Oh, the rabbits.
And
oh, Lenny. They all got Lenny'd.
He and he just starts to walk towards the front door and says, "I can enjoy your meal." And
before
he starts to try to leave.
Yeah, before he turns away from me, since I'm like right there on the balcony still, I reach out and I put an arm on his shoulder, and I'm like, "You did the right thing, mate." And then I just let him go from there.
He
Atheist.
nods quietly, starts walking, and call to him, and he stops before he gets to the doorway.
One thing before you go. And Luca walks over to the bar, and he's going to set down shot glasses, and he's going to pour one of the fine whiskeys. He's going to pour Adkis a shot, and I think he'll look around the rest of the group and see who else
wants one because that was a moment.
And could you pull 3 extras, by the way?
Yes.
Akira will take one.
Yeah, Slayer will walk up and he'll, alongside you, pour a shot each of the Jimothy, along with 3 extras of that as well.
And
Got that deep purple.
Luca's going to grab the 3 extra shots of whiskey, while Dumarin has the 3 extra shots of Jimothy.
Yeah,
I know, like my brain was like stuck on JY. But Luca will hand a shot to Atheus and walk out towards the balcony, and he'll set the 3 shots of whiskey out on the balcony and look back towards Atheus.
Slayer will do the same with the 3 extras he had.
I'll definitely grab one too, just to.
He'll join one in each hand, and all six shots lined up, and he takes the whiskey first, and then takes a sniff of the Jimothy, and has that moment of like, oh, what the fuck am I about to do? And goes for it, and does pass on the first one. Actually, now that I realize it, he couldn't fail on the first one, but if it built up, it might.
Being lighthearted, I'm going to say maybe you should have reversed this.
I'm starting to see that. Oh.
And I'm going to hand shots to Breaker as well, with having my.
That's
Oh gosh.
it's on keg level shit. Oh, that's good.
Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah, not passing that Jimothy save.
That'll clear your everything.
I think that it's whiskey and Jimothy. Like I'll definitely take a shot of the whiskey. I'm like laying off the Jimothy for a bit. Every time I've tried it, it's kicked my ass. So
I don't even think
fair.
the whiskey counts if you're taking a shot of the Jimothy. Like that's like a chaser.
Not immediately.
Not tempting. Not tempting fate.
Just the nat 20 then.
Yeah, just the nat 20 then.
Okay.
just the nat 20 then.
Not tempting fate. Akira's only going to drink the whiskey.
Dude.
Yeah. I got an 18 on the whiskey.
In that case, you don't have to roll for the whiskey.
Okay.
Not with one hard drink.
But with the somberness of the moment, and kind of like the realization that, like kind of like the mortality realization, Akira is going to, after they take their shot of whiskey, they're going to approach Luca, return the kiss on the cheek, and then say, I don't want to end up like that, and not saying how I feel. And then they're gonna kiss you on the cheek and then walk away.
How does Breaker handle the Jimothy?
Luca, not taken aback, but still surprised at the forwardness from Akira, smiles. And he'll turn back to Atheus and just... There's a shot for each of them. You don't have to take them. You can pour them out for them.
He does. He pours each one individually. First, all 3 of the whiskeys, and then for a moment he looks towards Slayer, because he can kind of tell, like, this is a craft brew. Slayer just took a sack off it and squeezed some in. So he just like, it's respectful for you, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Indeed.
And he, one by one, the syrup that is the Jimothy pours into the dust, and yeah,
and disintegrates it further. No,
muddies it a little bit, and
Atheus, would you like to honor them in maybe jewelry?
We can't really hear you very well, Ro.
Would you like to honor them in maybe jewelry? I need to be louder, I know.
I was saying, I love your soft voice. Yeah, I was saying, your normal
your mic
voice.
Isn't doing
Your normal voice is solid. It's trying to ignore your soft voice, though. It would be very nice. I appreciate that.
We'll be ready for you.
Instead of walking out, he actually, after taking the shot and pouring those, he just kind of he sighs and starts heading back to the chair where he was proffered and continues eating.
Just so you know, Atheist, if Slayer poured you 3 shots of Jimothy to pour out for your fallen comrades, that's about the biggest compliment I've ever seen the man give. You did something big here.
Yeah, from their perch in the corner, Akira's gonna say, "Hear, hear to Jimothy."
Jeremy,
Luca's glass is empty, but he'll still raise it up like a toast because that's the thing you do.
I'm gonna raise my whiskey that I haven't touched yet, but yeah.
Indeed. And he makes sure to like his mage hand actually manifests and is still moving carefully enough, and kind of stacks all 6 of the extra shot glasses, and that not quite being 10 pounds, shall we say, floats it over towards the kind of sink basin area and starts offloading it.
Jeremy, would you say, since I am a jeweler by trade, I would have some like half finished or like completely finished but not sold products?
What now?
Would you say,
Sure we do.
since I'm a jeweler, that I have some half finished or completely finished but not sold pieces of jewelry around the apartment?
I mean, right, like y'all have been gone for a number of weeks. If you were making stuff to be sold, honestly, Fisher probably would have finished them.
Yeah.
To make sure that your work, to make sure your work didn't go to waste.
All right, cool. Then I'll say to Atheist, next time we're in the same place, I'll make sure to get your friends back to you. And I'll have my echo start sweeping up the remains.
Thank you. I did not mean for you to need to clean that up. I was going to dismiss it into the wind, but thank you.
But I guess you're not understanding me. They will become parts of the jewelry that honors them.
Oh, I've never worked with anything like that. Thank you.
And then I turn right back and start flirting with Breaker again. By the way, I did hand Breaker the Jimothy and the whiskey. How'd he do on that?
Oh, right. Well, in that case, pretty good. Yeah.
Glad he passed.
He takes it, shoots it, has that same kind of look everybody has when they first take the Jimothy, that smells good but strong. Takes it and that's stronger than I thought. And
Jimothy is always stronger than anyone ever thought.
Exactly. Jimothy's too strong. # too strong.
Too strong. The legend lives on.
Indeed. And it takes him quite a bit longer to realize. Basically, when Lucas says that it was Slayer's. You made that? That's amazing. That's actually very strong.
That breaker is so cute. Oh.
And going through a bit more of the night, the somberness turning back around a bit as people are talking, and people are talking, drinking a bit, and enjoying it. You all kind of have a decent night. Aradrin, if you are heading in the direction that you seem to be, the breaker would take an invite if it is extended to him.
It definitely is. I mean,
indeed.
That's just obvious.
Indeed.
But I'm gonna wait till Atheist leaves to extend it, so I'm not being a bad host.
We getting that spicy saxophone music going?
In saxophone. No, and well, I mean, they basically are a pair, and you know, as Theus kind of gets to that point where he does have an amount of propriety and understanding of when the welcome is being stayed and overstayed, and he helps clean up a bit, helps prestidigitate out some of the bridges and things, and we really must be going, and they start to leave, and you extend the invitation, and Breaker says, "Us, think I'm gonna have a bit of a nightcap if you don't mind." And Atheist, you have your intuition tells you that they might have a code word, and basically Atheist just kind of takes that and just kind of nods and good luck. He actually looks directly at Aradrin, says good luck, and smiles as he walks off, genuinely smiling. He pardons himself out, Breaker, and you pardoning off to your room, and everybody else kind of settling in.
As I'm walking into my room, I'm actively putting my hat on Breaker's head.
Indeed. Your own code word. If you...
No, because I put that hat on Akira's head too much. No, not a code word. No.
Oh, well.
Yeah, in fact, when Akira sees him put the hat on Breaker, Akira will then telepathically say, "Please wash it before you put that back on me."
I will make sure everything is quite clean. Thank you very much.
No, I say that to Aradrin.
Telepathy?
Oh! Say if that was in telepathy, that's one thing. But if it was out, if it was out loud,
it was telepathy. To
Aradrin. Okay.
Of course.
Luca, ever watching the social graces, will walk up right next to Akira and just like kind of elbow them in the side, like gently, after noticing the look that they just gave Aradrin.
Akira will then look at you and say, "He's welcome to have all the fun he wants." And then I'm going to lower, like show some shoulder, and then go in my room and close the door.
Luke is going to turn back towards present company in the room and just closed doors, not an invitation.
And
shrug.
Oh dear God.
And you are all able to get your rest. You are all able to take a good long rest more satiated than others. Morning of the 9th. Though the 9th of Soulstar does mark an auspicious occasion, which is going to be sad for the most of you.
Uh-oh.
Because that auspicious occasion is that of the Fey Luck. The temporary boon of Fey Luck has expired.
You know what? I'm not sad about it. We used it a lot, and it really came in handy, and it
was
saved
very
us
useful.
it saved us in a couple of big situations, and I'm grateful that we had it.
Yeah.
Indeed.
It has been removed.
So,
and yes, I am grateful for it.
There are many reasons that I keep track of. I keep track of the calendar. Things like that are one of them. This morning. Oh, you were gone. The morning. Oh, you're fine. The night has had Eredrin gets his horny on, but but on the morning of the 9th of Soulstar, the Fey boon, the temporary Fey boon, as it was labeled, expires.
How do I get it going?
So, go into feats, manage feats, scroll down.
Gotcha. Okay.
Check the activation.
Or you can go to abilities and traits, just click on it, and then click delete in the sidebar that pops up.
Oh, it has delete in the sidebar too. Okay, I did not know that.
Because I didn't know about the manage feats option, so that's what I did.
Yes, indeed.
There we go. All right,
neat.
it's gone.
I didn't have it.
Yeah, I was gonna say, yeah. Everybody else had something to manage.
Didn't that
Levels the
come
playing
from
field.
the Nidalak because he gave them their thanks? Or
Oh,
was that something else?
it came from the water creature that had
That's
made
right,
the bubble for the Nidalak.
Mhm.
Oh,
I was gonna say, the Nidalak did give them his thanks.
That is also true.
But yeah. Yeah. Cool.
But yes. So
Long rest button.
a long rest button. If there is anything that needs to be reset it. In the morning, when the morning comes, do. Nailed it.
Awake in the morning, and step outside, and I take a deep breath.
Scream at the top of my lungs. Ah! Indeed. So.
What the?
What the fuck? So, when the door opens, Breaker is back in his proper clothes, very properly starched via prestidigitation. The rest of you might not realize that some of it had to be mended. But, he did make sure to properly mend any tears that happened the night previous, and very, very politely, kind of, he is used to awakening basically right at the top of the morning, and so very politely, Isis stressed, goes to head out, gives a very proper and polite goodbye to Eredrin.
Luca cracks an eye open watching him leave just because he's laying on the couch.
I very much hope our paths cross again. You are very pleasant to be around.
As a U-breaker, next time we're in the same town, I'd be more upset if you didn't try to see me.
Indeed.
And just gonna kind of like still having to tiptoe up because he is 4 inches taller than me, just a little peck, and then would you like breakfast for you, wait?
Oh, we have things to do, places to go, but I do appreciate the offer. I will take you up on it again someday soon. are very good at cooking.
Very good.
And he does return the peck and proceeds on. Those of you with an ear or eye over the edge of the balcony would notice that Atheist did not move the train previously. It stayed there, and he stayed with it. And as Breaker goes down, you can kind of hear the chatter of oh boss, you stayed down here all night? Oh well, let's get it moving then. And they just they everything settled and start to ready to head off.
Just so it's noted, I think Slayer has taken to sleeping out on the balcony because he was less likely to break things. So that's also why he's probably also already up at the crack of dawn, because sun's up.
Guns up. Yep.
Yeah.
Sun's out, guns out.
Yeah, sun's out, guns out. That's what I was thinking.
Yeah, Akira's awake as well, just making coffee and watching the whole thing, watching Erigen's goodbye.
And there, Doomerin, you do notice that as you wake up, there is a raven sitting on, like clutched onto the railing of the balcony, and it's just like it's sitting there, like looking at it. Its feathers are a little bit like there's an odd glow just beneath the feathers. Like this isn't an entirely natural raven.
It's got like a weird sheen to it.
Just a slightly weird sheen, like a weird kind of just lightly radiant kind of sheen.
I told you the birds weren't real.
Milton, wrong universe.
Universe. And
I just I probably just like, I mean, I acknowledge its presence, and I guess I just and maybe he's not proficient in religion, so he probably doesn't make the connection, but he does probably just say like because he was doing his prayers and whatnot already, so he's just already in that mode of like language. In Celestial, he'll probably just be like, "Good morning."
And it replies with a mimicked morning.
Oh man. I'm drawing a blank here.
Sitting there, like watching this all take place with just a cup of coffee, just kind of sitting there,
like through the window.
Just watching you
just
talk
opens
to
its
a
beak.
crow or a raven.
Opens its beak. Good morning. In the kind of mimic speech.
Right.
Ravens are actually really good at.
As you go about your morning and start doing your stuff, and the others down below are also doing their bit of nonsense and getting ready to go. And as you hear the reins of the two carts begin to and they start rolling away. And you hear in Atheist's voice, but obviously a mimicry thereof, you hear, "Thank you." And
what was it?
Thank you.
Oh.
And the wings flurl out and start. It takes to the air and starts to follow above.
No.
I was gonna say at some point, I think Slayer would have also mentioned to the bird that it has very nice feathers. But before that. Like,
Yeah.
I was trying to say
It would have nodded. I apologize. It would have nodded and not said anything, but just kind of
and then I would have continued
preened
on
itself.
and then that.
Yeah, I would have.
Cool.
This took on the rail of the balcony, right? Is what happened.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah, I would definitely walk up to my lead singer there, of Slayer the Monks, and I would just, I just like with my coffee in hand or whatever medieval equivalent of like this, whatever kind of coffee we can get.
They have talked about having the coffee.
Coffee.
Okay. Yeah, I'm just sitting there drinking a coffee or whatever, just like.
Make a new friend.
I think so. Pretty.
And you and it actually what it would have done is repeat everything that y'all are saying. Like when you said good morning, it said good morning. When you said you have nice feathers, it would kind of nod and you have nice feathers. You say you made a new friend. Made a new friend.
Oh, that one's it's still there. I thought it flew off after.
Oh, well, I mean, like when
before
it flew off.
Oh, okay.
So I apologize. I realized that I did kind of yada yada ahead of what you had meant.
Yada yada.
Okay. It's okay. Okay.
But yeah, so it would have basically mimicked and you would have knowingly noticed it mimic all these different things that y'all are saying. And then as its final call out, it sounds like a mimicry, but it didn't repeat anyone. It made a mimicry of Atheist's voice expressing things, and then flying off.
Okay, gotcha. Cool.
Yeah.
Cool.
Also, as part of this, because I believe very much in rewarding the experiences that are beyond combat and rewarding things that I like to see, I would like you all to take a level.
Oh yeah!
Oh my god!
Because y'all very much, as a group, did a couple of encounters now at level 6.
True.
My first level in Rogue.
So that's for everybody then.
Oh yeah, no. This is as a group. Y'all satisfied a couple of encounters, working together.
Sick.
And
awesome.
And this one, I mean, there were active hostile spells ended up being cast during this last encounter. They may not have been shot at you, but they were used. And that last one was even subtle spelled. It was a subtle disintegrate.
That's fine. I noticed.
Just imagine how badly that could have gone if he'd have decided to take offense and throw disintegrates at us.
Yeah, I was aware. That's why I was like, yeah, I'll take the +5.
I'm glad you did. I also just genuinely liked where that was going. Like it was Slayer's moment, and I was like, I was keeping Luca out of it for the most part, but like, that was cool. And I like how that played out, and it was good story wise. Like, that was cool.
It felt awesome, yeah.
But that's exactly why that's exactly why I want to give a level up after that, especially. And all the stuff y'all have been through this last level, because to reflect rewarding things that you like to see. That's something you learn in parenting eventually, hopefully. So
yeah,
reward the behavior you want.
I have my first ever character with a double-digit modifier.
Oh my god!
Welcome to the club.
Because that expertise is beautiful, baby.
Indeed.
I have my first character that I really have cared about to actually multi-class. So, haha.
It did, yes, it did, Teddy. The +5 did get used.
5
and also,
yes.
And also, Aradrin. Kudos, you've got game.
Yeah, right.
Just tipping my hat because I put my hat on before I put my shirt on. Like, my hat goes on like first.
We're 1 for 1 now, yeah.
I guess so. Hey, also, I find this really funny. This morning I wake up with an expertise in athletics, if that says anything.
Ha
I was hoping you were gonna say it.
Well, because of spending time with Luca, I now have proficiency with loot. So because that's what you've been using, right? You have loot, right?
Yes.
I rolled a 4 on
Yeah,
my new
that's what I
hit
thought.
dice.
Yes.
Well, technically,
Roll the 4 on your new
now I
hit
have
dice?
a,
Oh, buddy.
And, it's okay.
technically I have a Saturn.
Still
I did
at
have to give
71.
I did give my loot away. But the Saturn
Okay,
and the
well,
loot are so damn
you
close
still-
that
I'll do it.
Yeah, you still taught me loot over time.
of course.
You taught me enough, whatever. Yeah. So anyway, because obviously the way I built Mock to be slightly musically inclined. Obviously, I had a pan flute, but I was like, I got another proficiency with another instrument. Makes sense.
Well,
because,
I'll say this one, the item is labeled as Saturn, but like I think we're flavoring it as that satyr lute.
Yeah.
Did you mark that +5 off and then immediately redeem a new one? Or
No, you can always count on him.
Oh, Teddy, you beautiful, beautiful person.
Bearded, not bearded. Jeremy, I have a question. The other bearded soul, because there are so many characters.
So GM, yes.
Can I know it's like a custom skill, but can I take my expertise in my crafting? It's fine if not.
No, there's other ways. There's very specific ways to get expertise in crafting, and I'm not gonna pull away from those right now. Oh
no, okay, that's completely fine. I have other things I can do.
I need to choose a fighting style.
Ooh, fun.
I'm
Before we close out role play and close out the session and get too far into leveling up, when Luca actually gets up off of the couch while Akira is making coffee, I would like Luca to walk up behind Akira and just kind of gently wrap his arms around Akira's shoulders from behind and give them a hug and say, just softly, "Then I suppose I better tell you how I feel too then." And just the soft, gentle kiss on the back of his cheek, or of their cheek, just to confirm, because Luca was really quiet after Akira said that last night. So I wanted to make sure Luca followed up on that.
I don't know where to look.
I feel like I'm being rude.
Look at just keep looking at the beautiful.
And then, of course, Luca will reach, grab the pot of coffee from around, and pour a cup of coffee for Akira.
Slayer's on the balcony with Alec, and he looks down at your coffee. He's like, "Did you bring me one?"
I'll be right back.
Akira will definitely lean back into Luca's embrace, and then once Luca pours them the coffee, they will thank them, and then they will quickly pour a cup to hand to Alec before blushing their way out of the room. And then when they get in their room, they're going to close the door and do the whole like they're going to close the door and then lean back on the door and then sink to the floor like
Like a John Hughes movie.
yeah, just like a John Hughes movie.
And you all can kind of you all can kind of figure out where you're headed next. The things that are on a timetable are on a pretty big, long timetable. You can kind of figure out where you're gonna go, what you want to do, and you can kind of figure that out this week, and we can see where we're going for the morning of the 9th of Soulstar, the year of our post divergence 836. Next time when we come back. So those of you some of you stuck around, some of you gave gifts. Who's Matthias Lorelei? Thank you for following us. Thank you for sending gifts and stuff. That's cool. But much love. So much love, much appreciated. Until next time, please.
Had some people stick around a lot.
Yeah, we had people stick around there. We have people. We have so many viewers right now on Twitch. Oh my God, we have 10 viewers currently. So like, thank you. Thanks for hanging out with us. Thanks for spending time. Adventuring in our little story. We're gonna keep going next week as we often do. So thanks for being here. If you haven't used your Twitch Prime subscription, you can burn that on us if you want. There's 2 more subscribers too. Oh my God. Speaking of, so thank you. If you want to support us on Patreon, patreon.com/onceuponad20 helps us out, helps me pay Teddy. Give him some yard time, the way that we like to. Until next time, as always, please remember that kindness is free, and to always, please keep going.
Don't forget to follow, like, subscribe, click the bell for notifications.
And comment.